Ah. I asked Abe how long he was going to be on. I was going to jump on and say hi. But I guess they're leaving. I guess they're ending the stream. I'll be right back. Yeah, we're watching my chair. I'm like reacting to them because I hear them in my headphones. Where's the heck? Well, I guess he's ending. I was gonna go say hi, but if he's ending, hackle me. What does that mean? What? I gotta eat breakfast first. No, I said heckle D's. Heckle D's nuts! All right. What happened? Melania addressed the country about Epstein files.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today.
First Lady Melania Trump denying ties to Jeffrey Epstein, saying she was not aware of his sex crimes. She read a statement at the White House yesterday fighting back against online accusations connecting her to Epstein. She called the claims, quote, completely false, saying that while she and the president moved in the same circles as the late financier, they were never friends. Melania also addressed a surfaced email to Ghislaine Maxwell. She described that email as casual correspondence and a simple travel note, while stressing she never visited Epstein's private island.
I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island.
The First Lady ended her remarks with a challenge to lawmakers, urging them to allow
I never visited his private island.
Survivors to testify under oath and enter their stories into the permanent congressional record. And today marks 1 year after a sightseeing helicopter crashes into the Hudson River, killing the pilot and a family of 5 from Spain. That incident sparked calls for increased safety measures, including the helicopter safety priority.
They crashed another plane. Not even that long after.
Act, which crash victims' loved ones made an emotional visit to New York to push Congress to pass it.
We think that no other family should have experienced the loss of the family that we experienced.
If passed, the bipartisan legislation would direct the FAA to finalize new rules for the tourist
They play the video in super slow-mo.
helicopter industry within the next 18 months. The NTSB is still investigating what caused that crash.
A year later, we still don't know? We still don't know a year later? I don't care about all this. We got to learn about Iran, guys. I have a debate coming up. I got to write. I got to watch some stuff. Teriak is still alive? What the? What the? This man is crazy. Well, I guess, oh, real time Artemis re-entry. The Artemis back? They made it back. They made it back, boys. They made it. The moon is real. Proof the moon is real. Or you could just deny all of it. Say the whole thing was made up. We didn't actually shoot a rocket up there. You see how the rocket, when it went up, it kind of like curves? That's because of the dome. That's because of the firmament. I'm just kidding. I'm not a flat earther. Not a flat earther. You know, you can go into outer space on Crimson Desert. You can just keep flying up and up and up and up and up and up until you're like floating in outer space. Okay. I debated an Israeli professional debater. She's straightening her hair with a flat iron while she's debating. That's a professional debater. No. Training with Kamzat. Canadian MP mocked for using insanely long LGBT acronym. Oh, is it the Q? Two slug butt. Oh, they're adding letters that I've never even seen this before. So I've seen two SLGBT IIAAP plus. That's the longest one I've seen. But now she's using MMIWG 2 SLGBTQI 2 Qs. QQ. That's queer and questioning, by the way. IA plus. She could have made it longer. There's actually two I's. There's intersex and I forget what the other one's called. And then there's two A's. There's asexual, and then there's I forgot the other A's. Asexual and abstinent. I don't know. Anorexic, sexual, anorexical. How long, Nate? $5. I deny it all. Debate me. You forgot Q? Two Qs. Queer and questioning. There's two Qs. Let's listen to this.
Sometimes baby steps.
But she's making, I've never even heard this. I've heard a really long, like there's a 2 in there, 2 spirit. I'm trying to figure out what.
Turn out to be giant leaps.
I'm trying to figure out what, thank you for the super chat, by the way. The sound effect didn't play. My stupid thing.
I've been broke my whole life. Now money right.
All right. Okay, let's hear this. Canadian MP. What's an MP? Medical personnel, military police, minister prime. The minister prime as opposed to the prime minister. Tipping the hat per Abe Dinkus. Next thing to prove. Aliens. There's no such thing as aliens. And then JS becomes an atheist and gay. What? Where'd everybody go? How come it says there's 0 concurrent viewers, but you guys are in chat? It doesn't even make sense. Thank you for the raid, Abe. Shout out, Abe, for the raid. Okay, I'm trying to figure out this acronym. Hopefully, She doesn't fill it in for us. We're going to take guesses.
Is cutting $7 billion between Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations. They provided $0.
That looks like the girl that spit on my face at that No Kings protest. Princess Come On Chin from the Come On Chin tribe. Remember the girl with the target on her chin? She's from the Come On Chin tribe.
To deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA.
She did do IIA. Wait. Hold on. We need this in slow-mo. Let's play it in regular speed and then slow-mo.
To deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+. This is abhorrent.
Modern Warfare? COD MW5? Okay, we're going to listen to this again, and we're going to try to figure them out. Okay? Let's play it in, 0.65.
MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+.
MMIW. So there is two I's. I told you there was two I's. There's intersex, and then there's, I forget the other one. Yeah, she's speaking some sort of crazy code. But what is MM? Okay, she does have the two I's. It's easier if I just read it.
MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+.
Is there two G's? Oh, I lost it. Anyway, MMIW G. There's two G's. Gay and God sexual. That's Maryland. The God sexual. MMIW. White? White sexual? There's two G's. 2 is two-spirit. S is sapiosexual, I think. L is lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual. Plus just means you have no fucking idea what's going on with your life. You'll probably fuck a turtle. MMIW. Is that like minor attracted people? Is that like a map? Dude, I told you one day they're going to put map at the beginning of it. They might as well throw in low IQ and STD. LGBTQIIAP plus STD low IQ. I Googled the acronym. Missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit people. No way. So that's why she was talking about the Indigenous. Missing and murdered Indigenous women, gay, two-spirit. So 2S means two-spirit? No, I think 2 means two-spirit, and S means something else. Like sapio. I've heard of sapiosexual. Or maybe 2S means two-spirit, I guess. L stands for low IQ. G stands for gay. B stands for bozo. T stands for typical. Typical lefty. Q stands for quack. The other Q stands for queer. I think queer is fine. I is for ignoramus. A Asshole. Plus, I don't know. I feel like they're being exclusionary to minors or to minus signs. What about minus sexual? Missing and murdered indigenous people. That's so funny. Jake Shields asked Joel Webben, does original sin make sense? Haitian illegal immigrant bludgeons mom of 2 to death with a hammer. I saw that video. I seen that video. I'm not even going to play it. He just runs up to her outside of a gas station and just whop. Just starts hitting her repeatedly with a hammer. And then this other black guy walks up on his bike and he's like, ma'am, you okay? And he walks up and he's like, damn. And then he just stands there. He doesn't run and call the cops or nothing. He starts looking in the gas station like, I think she worked there. He was about to rob a dang Milky Way bar. How long, Nate? They used an acronym, so you have to ask them, and they can act superior. Yeah. It's dumb. People are retarded. Mental retardation. I don't get it. Look at this movie, Sinners, is on YouTube Movies. Purchased. I didn't purchase nothing. I watched this last night. I watched the second half of Sinners last night. Well, I say last night. I meant yesterday morning before I went to bed. And I watched the first half of Sinners and I fell asleep. And I was like, that's a vampire movie? No vampire action has happened yet. And it's a 2.5 hour movie. There's no vampires until like an hour and a half into the movie. So I watched it for like an hour when it first came out or when it was in the theaters. And I fell asleep. I was like, oh my God, everybody's saying this is a good movie. I got to watch it. I try to watch it. And I'm like, this is some anti-white propaganda. That's what it is. But anyway, so I never finished it till yesterday. I watched the second half of it. And I thought maybe it'll get a lot better because people are saying it's a good movie. Dude, if you think that movie was good, I don't know what's wrong with you. There's nothing good about that movie. That was a garbage movie. It wasn't scary. It wasn't. The story was lame. It was a bunch of propaganda, a bunch of white hate and propaganda. Yeah. Movie sucked. Movie was garbage. Anyway. I guess since How Long Nate's sending super chats, I need to put a goal up or something. Oh, that's the new goal. It's the hotel room goal. But Easy is going to DebateCon and Avarice is going to DebateCon. He asked if I need a place to stay when I go down there. I was like, yeah, I'll pitch in on. I mean, I won't need a place to stay. I can get a hotel room, but it'd be cooler if we could all pitch in and get a badass Airbnb. Is it ARBNB or Airbnb? Like AIR. I don't know. I never use it. Sounds like people are saying Airbnb. But I think it's ARBNB. I don't know what. Alternate reality bed and breakfast. It's less vampire action than Club Area 51. Easy is considering DebateCon. He hasn't committed yet. I asked him last night, and he said, yes, sir. I said, are you going to DebateCon? He said, yes, sir. You need a place to stay when you go out there? So, I don't know. Airbnb. That's what I thought. Young man sitting on the front porch. Some sorts. Would it be the best I will? Anyone to test my throat? Already? I need green light Yoda. Samson, before you buy. Is this another Bible game? Okay, we got to start learning about Iran. I need green light Yoda. All green in my soda. I protect my Yoda. I'm a tech downloader. Gothic 1 remake. Gothic 1? What is Gothic 1, Jeremy? Hop in Discord? Oh, God. Well, I need to learn about Iran and write a debate opening. You're not going to teach me anything. What are you going to tell me, Freddie? What? What do you got for me? I am equivalent to dope my jam. You're not even in the Discord. Oh, now we are. What?
What you talking about? I got a lot.
You got a lot about Iran?
Are you going into Lebanon too?
Israel's going into Lebanon. Are we
Well,
currently going into Lebanon?
we're attached to Israel. The ceasefires are attached to Lebanon. Come on.
You know that
The strait is closed. Yeah, I know that.
I think rooming with avarice, be prepared to live drunk for a week. Oh, I'd do that anyway.
Right?
I drink more than avarice.
Yeah, I ain't never seen that was too drunk.
Yeah, I'll drink
Well, he
avarice.
might drink. I'm not gonna say he don't drink, but
I'll drink avarice under the table. He can't even hang. Thank you for the super chat.
he just drink beer. Beer is like pouring
I drink liquor and
half a
special
shot
occasions
in a
and
bunch
stuff
of
too.
water.
Last time I was at DebateCon, I was drunk all weekend.
Exactly. You got no footage.
I did get footage. I made a video out of it.
No, as much as you was supposed to do interviews, you did nothing you said you was gonna do. Get out of here. Don't act like it was a success.
I didn't get any interviews because I didn't want to be
You was
that
drunk
guy.
all the time.
No, I didn't want to
Yeah,
be that
you
guy.
lying. And you go to interview people, but you don't want to be that guy. Fuck out of here.
Buried
You gotta
alive.
be that guy.
Gotta be that guy. I know. I do gotta be
If you're
that
gonna
guy.
build your channel, I don't want to be that guy with a big audience and a bunch of subscribers. I just want to be the guy in the back, drunk on the couch. But I ran anyway. I ain't called to beat you up, but don't be acting like
You
drinking is a good idea when you go to the BayCon.
you couldn't
You gotta
beat
stay
me up
focused.
if you wanted to.
Yeah. Uh, I might whoop you after Everest whoop you in May before the BayCon.
Yeah, I gotta wrestle Avarice at DebateCon.
No, it's before the BayCon. Ain't it? The BayCon ain't until July.
Yeah,
Is
but
that when he said you going to
I can't do
Oh,
both. I already
okay.
told him that. I was like, I can't do both, and he's like, yeah, I get it. We'll do something at DebateCon instead.
Damn, I gotta cancel my trip.
Why, you were gonna go out to
Fresno.
Fresno? Why don't you go to
Well,
Dallas?
Dallas. Fuck Dallas. I ain't going around a bunch of nerds.
They announced the headline debate. It's Andrew versus Dinesh D'Souza. I'm pretty excited. That's gonna be a good one. I think Dinesh D'Souza has fallen off. He used to be sharp though. He used to be one of the top dogs, but I think he's fallen off lately. His last two big debates weren't
What's
very
his
good.
religion?
What?
The dude he's debating, what's his religion?
Christian. They're gonna debate Christian Zionism, basically. Should Christians support Israel?
Yeah, that'd be good. Who is you don't know who's
Andrew's gonna be against, and he's gonna be for.
oh shit. Good. Andrew got a good side to take. I ain't got to hate on him if he's against Zionism.
I think Andrew's about in the same.
No, you love Zionism.
No, I love Israel.
That's Zionism.
Good morning.
Morning.
No.
You talk about you love Israel, but you're not a Zionist. What's
Well,
this dude?
I don't care that they have a nation state. I care that they have a nation and they are God's chosen people, and we should love them and we shouldn't hate them because we'll be cursed if we hate the Jews.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think that they necessarily need a bordered government protected nation state. Like they could still be a nation of people. Well, I guess if they want to own the land. I don't care.
Yeah, I know.
Support is a strong word. I'm okay with them having their own nation. I just don't want to build it. I don't want to pay for it.
But you are, and you okay with it.
This is a 2-hour documentary.
Watch it.
2-hour documentaries are tight.
The way you
When
see
you got
an
a short
idea.
attention span like Josh, you're gonna get bored of it in the first 20 minutes.
I like long form videos.
That's very likely.
Documentaries, it depends on the documentary though. I'm kind of picky about that. I don't know. There was this one about this like dude that runs, and I didn't know I liked the sport, so
There, I
hell,
threw a
anything
goal
could
in
happen.
there. Haha, I started the goal after How Long Nate sent $15. Haha. You aren't gonna force me to stay here all day again. Okay.
Don't say that, JS. They might.
Yeah. Okay, just waking up.
You never know when, but it'll probably fucking happen again. Just who knows when.
Listen,
Did Nash? Oh, Dinesh was never as sharp as Andrew is today. Do you know that the argument? I made a short about this. Where I took clips from both of them, and I played the Andrew one, and then first I played the Dinesh one, then I played the Andrew one. The argument that Andrew made at DebateCon against Matt Dillahunty that made Matt Dillahunty get up and storm out, that argument against secular humanism that Andrew made in his opening statement, Dinesh did that. Dinesh ran that argument on Matt Dillahunty like 2 years before that happened. And when Dinesh did it, he said it with a different tone. It wasn't in his opening statement. It was during the debate. But he's like, secular humanism leads to you believing that men can be women and women can be men. And you end up with a husband-wife. You end up with a married to a man. That's where secular humanism can lead you to because you have no objective truth.
Gross.
And when Dinesh said it, Dillahunty engaged with it. And he talked about it and it stayed cordial and it was in front of a huge audience at like a college campus or something. When Andrew did it, the same argument, but Andrew said it a little harsher. Andy said it in his opening. Dillahunty got up and stormed out. And everybody was like, oh, Andrew killed him with that argument. And I was like, but did anybody know that Dinesh ran that same argument on Dillahunty 2 years before? So Andrew was not the first one to do that. Hey,
you're a crazy fucking
plagiarism gets praised.
Crazy what?
I said plagiarism gets praised.
No, I'm asking what Marshall was saying.
What I was saying is you're a crazy detective, JS.
I know. It's because I watch everything. I see everything. And I remember everything.
Oh.
Right.
Hey,
I hope not.
I wasn't asking when you were ending. I wasn't asking when you were ending, Abe, just so that I could get the raid. I was gonna jump on and say hi, but you were leaving, so I was like, oh, okay. But I'll take the raid. I appreciate it.
What are you doing up this early? Prepping?
Me?
All right. Yeah, I see it. I just read the thing. I just got up on my laptop.
Let's learn about the history of conflict with Iran. And I watched like 4 of these videos last night, but this one's really long. I watched like a bunch of like 10, 20-minute videos about the history.
All right, thanks.
But this one's long. The Hidden War.
The Hidden War. I'm down. Let's go.
This is the story
Oh,
of the
I still have it on 0.65 speed. Let's fix that. This is the story.
war that dares not speak its name.
That's
A war that started over 40 years ago, but has never officially been declared.
What's gonna be your argument, Josh? You need to be working on your debate.
I am. I'm doing research right now. I'm going to take notes.
Well, what's your argument? We should be over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Let's find arguments for that and against it so JS can continue with it.
Dang, hold on, Nate. The fuck you say, sit there and take the drizzle? What? What does that even mean?
That means your ass gonna be on here all day. Fuck you say, you ain't going to bed. They're gonna make you stay up, sit there and take the drizzle. They're gonna come on your face until you cry to go to sleep. Until you cry to go to sleep. That's what drizz is. Gonna drizzle you up.
Oh, I have a good line here I got to put in my opening.
Uh-oh. You plagiarized it already.
No.
Go ahead.
Well, the problem is,
What's the definition of plagiarism?
I
How
have
can
to
you
make
confirm
I
that?
have to make the nuclear weapons argument, which I don't even
You
believe
do?
in nukes. So
Yeah, how are you gonna do that?
I know. Well, I'm gonna focus on the drones and the ballistic missiles that they're stockpiled. And basically,
no.
I'll say, yeah, they are having nuclear capabilities. And if he says you don't even believe in nukes, I'll be like, big bomb capabilities.
You know what you're gonna have to contend with is
All right, that works. I think.
when he says, why should Iran expose their nuclear program when Israel never tells if they even have nuclear weapons or not?
Don't we know
So
that
why?
Don't we know that Israel has nukes?
No, they won't admit it. They won't tell other countries that they have nukes. We assume they have nukes, but knowing for sure, nobody. They won't admit. They won't show nothing. They won't show anything. They don't have to show nothing about their nukes. They claim they don't have them. But nuclear Iran has to show everything when our counterparts we're protecting don't have to show shit.
Okay, hold on. Arguments from opponent. Why can Israel
Hide their nuke.
Yeah. Why does Israel get nukes?
But they
but
have
Iran
to
doesn't?
be transparent. Sounds like a little bit hypocritical to me. I'm just saying it might get brought up.
Okay. And then what's the other good arguments? How long, Nate? Single-handedly. If you wanted to leave, you would. Drizzle, drizzle.
He say funny with it.
But you know, a 20 doesn't count as $4 or $5 super chats. Just so you know.
What is he trying to watch a video?
Well, I'm gonna watch this video, and So I'm gonna watch this, and I'm just gonna take notes. This is
what?
Just...
Would you rather him send it like that? Why'd you give him the idea? Shit.
I don't know. Right now, we're just info gathering. So I'm info gathering, and then I've already got my idea and basically the format of my opening written out and all my arguments written out.
Here's another good one for you.
Now I just need research.
Why would Trump cry about? Hold on, wait a minute. Let me give him another one. Why would Trump cry about Iran killing 45,000 protesters if he's talking about killing 1 million civilians? They just might as well be protesters too. Carpet bombed Iran or killed more civilians than the protesters he went over there to try to save.
When he said a whole civilization will be wiped out, do you think he was talking about
civilians? That's what civilization stands for, not soldiers.
No, but what's the civilization? Because there's a divide. There's a
Iranian
divide.
people.
There's a divide in Iran.
Yeah,
but he's not gonna fucking separate the fucking good people from the bad. He's gonna kill all the civilians. Civilization. Stone Age.
He's gonna. When's he gonna do it? Because he said he was gonna do it that day, and he didn't.
Yeah, and he's got a ceasefire. He thought he had.
Is Trump the most? I love how you pick and choose when Trump is an honest, trustworthy president, and you can take every word he says to the bank.
No, I ain't took every word he said to the bank.
Trump is a liar, and he's never told the truth about anything.
I ain't never took everything he said to the bank, so don't put them lies in my mouth.
Well, you're saying now that he's a truth teller. He's a truth teller.
Oh, Trump!
Only when it's convenient. That is kind of strange.
Right. It's convenient. When it's convenient, you believe everything he says.
He done said 5 different reasons of why we went into Iran. Well, maybe not that many. First, it was the nuclear capability. Rubio said Israel was gonna strike first. First, it was the protesters better stop being killed, and then it was the Houthis in the Strait. Like, come on, man. I can name any one of them, and I'm not saying he's telling the truth on that one because he tells so many different stories. You don't know what to believe. I never said he was telling the truth.
Thank you again, Nate. Nate's going to single-handedly get the dono bar and make me stay for an extra hour.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
At least this time you'll be ready for the debate and doing something.
So how can Trump? How can Trump threaten civilians? But anyway, what I was trying to get to is the culture that he was talking about wiping out is the culture of terrorism.
No, that's a regime change. And he always talked about the regime change, but when he's talking about bridges and nuclear plants,
you know what they
he's
did?
talking about pushing people,
you know what they did? You know what they did when he said he was going to bomb the bridges and the power plants? You know what they did?
What?
They sent all the women and children to the bridges and the power plants.
Good.
Good?
It's a war crime whether nobody's on it or not. It don't matter. It's still a war crime.
War crime.
Yeah, look it up. Bombing nuclear plants and bridges is a war crime. And you fucking threaten it on Easter.
How can Trump threaten civilians while complaining about civilians being killed? About civilian protesters being killed.
Yeah, how can you carpet bomb a country without killing more than 45,000?
Did he?
How you pick and choose who the combatants? No, I'm just saying.
Oh my God. Whoa. You need to study with President Dinkus, drizzle. Abe can come in here and help me research. I'm sure he knows.
Sure can.
I'm not a I'm good at I'm good at like political theory and logic when I'm debating politics. I'm not good with history. Like so that's why I like doing these debates, because each one Like in the Venezuela debate, I researched all about the history of Venezuela, regime changes, coups, and some of that will apply to this debate as well. But so now with this debate, I got to learn the history of this problem between Iran and the U.S. And I've been learning a lot. But yeah, history is probably my weakest point. I'm not good with history. And I suck at names and dates.
Well, you can read more books.
And then King said, JS likes double drizzle all up on his chin. That's gross.
You sound like an Indian
I don't
lady
even want to
spit
read
on you.
that. I don't even want to read that chat.
You sound like an Indian lady that spit on you.
Dude. Okay.
Get you a chin tattoo.
We're going to watch this documentary at 1.25. All right, let's play it. Your arguments suck, Freddie, by the way.
No, you wrote them down.
I wrote it down just because potential arguments.
Yeah, they don't say.
Those are the ones you should write down. Potential ones, you know?
Yeah, that's why I wrote them down.
That's a good argument.
I'm going to play this documentary. Okay, this is from Worldview. Worldview documentary, Iran versus Israel and USA, the origins of the conflict.
The war between Iran on the one side and the United States and Israel on the other is both ideological and strategic. A conflict that never fails to stir up passions, resentment, and hatred.
Sending women and children to the bridges and power plants opened up the military centers they had been stashed in. Right. Yeah, I heard that was actually like a ploy that Trump was doing just because they... Also, we have so much intel and so much technology. We could just black out their whole country with the snap of a finger with satellites. They're like, the terrain is bad. We're not going to be able to navigate the mountainous terrain. Bro, they have anti-air weapons.
Funny.
Bro, we'll shut down the whole country with a satellite dish.
Yeah, based. Like James Bond or something. No.
So we
that ain't the
installed...
problem. The problem is they set mines in the strait where the ships have to ask them for the maze blueprints to navigate through the motherfuckers, or their ships get blown up. It's the short range drones that's gonna cripple the economies. They ain't worried about Iran far as a navy or Air Force. They
Not a
trying to get
Navy or an Air Force.
Exactly. They done destroyed that, but why can't they open the strait without Navy and the Air Force?
Because of lots of other reasons.
Exactly.
I don't even know where to start.
The
mines is one of them.
It's a proxy war.
What was the guy saying last night? What is a proxy war, Freddie?
When they use different means like cheap materials and shit like that. It ain't a real war, but they still killing, trying to take land.
No, it's
a war from proxy.
It's when they use smaller groups and smaller countries, other countries other than themselves, and other groups like terrorist groups like the Houthis.
Okay, an example is us giving Ukraine money to attack Russia. That's an example of a proxy, Freddy.
Yeah, 2 wars can fight a proxy. It ain't have to be more than 2 wars. I mean, 2 countries. But 2 countries can fight a proxy war.
I'm pretty sure it's like exactly what I said.
I'm pretty sure you probably
Proxy war is a conflict where major powers seeking to avoid direct, potentially nuclear confrontation fuel local, regional, or civil conflicts by supporting opposing sides with weapons, funding, and training. So, me and Marshall are right. You're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
You're wrong. Shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, some guy was talking about what was he saying? He was saying we can't bomb ships in the strait because then insurance companies won't insure American ships that have to travel through the strait. And if they won't insure the ships that have to travel through the strait, then the ships won't travel through the strait if they don't have insurance. So we can't just drop bombs in the Persian Gulf and be bombing ships and stuff. This is what one guy was making an argument on Piers Morgan, and it made sense, but I'm not explaining it very well.
Okay.
So, John, do you think we're in a proxy war right now? Yeah.
Maybe write that down and go to that and get that argument sometime.
I mean, we're fighting that. I think unless...
Yes. No,
Are you talking about specifically? We could be in other proxy wars, but you're talking about specifically with Iran? No, that's not a proxy war. We're attacking them.
Yeah. Correct.
Unless you're going to say that we're Israel's proxy, like they're using us. But
Ukraine, we're over there fucking same thing. And if you fucking supporting the country, you ain't got shit to do with it like that. And you giving them arms and paying for military. They're not giving them fucking big ass missiles. It's small arms.
You need to look
That's
into
what
the
the fuck they're
peacetime.
asking for.
The peacetime that was prior to 1979, drizzle. Yeah, the peacetime was when Iran was actually our ally. That was under the Shah, right? Because we installed the Shah. Am I saying it right? The Shah or the Shah? I'm
not sure.
Something like that. Let's just watch the documentary. We're gonna find out. We're at 8 of 10 of the super chat goal. You guys are crazy. I don't know how people have money to just give me. You know?
Working, Josh, maybe.
That's crazy. Thank you for your money. All right. The hidden war begins. Let's go.
And if it ever really did kick off in earnest, the entire Middle East would go up in flames, very possibly triggering a new global conflict.
Hopefully they'll do
So
this
to understand this
chronologically.
potential return to barbaric violence, we must go back in time to unravel the tangled threads of tragedy.
And this documentary was made 1 month ago. So I think they made this before we even started maybe not. Well, after the nuclear plant attack, but
And seek the elusive truths behind the dogmas and certainties. And tell this story.
I'm gonna play your music. The long war, the forever war, the long war. Trump said we wouldn't get in any new wars. Guess what? He didn't. This isn't a new war. It's a forever war. It's been going on forever.
Bootlickers.
This is Israel and the damn Amalekites. You know? This is Babylon versus Assyria. Is that plane going to crash into a building?
Josh, shut up.
The history of war began on February 1st, 1979. Aboard a flight.
February 1st, 1979. Wait, he said I need to look in the peacetime that was prior to 1979. Well, this is when the war starts.
From Paris to Tehran. An old man prays. This is Ayatollah Khomeini. He is preparing to radically change the history of Iran.
It's not easy to talk about the greatness of this figure. One of his enemies once remarked that there had been no one like him for 800 years, and there would be no one else like him for another 1,000 years.
The old man historically embodied the people's opposition to the Shah, the all-powerful monarch who had reigned over Iran for nearly 40 years. In exile for 15 years, the Ayatollah was finally returning home for the final battle alongside his people. A revolution in the name of Shiite Islam.
Ayatollah returns from 15-year Banishment? Banishment.
Like a fucking jerk.
To take Iran from the Shah. This is not starting far enough back. Shah, is it S-H-A-W?
Era was about to begin in the Middle East.
Tehran, 1978. And now we're going backwards. They just screwed up all my notes. I started the page at 1979. I thought we were going to move chronologically, and now they're sending me back to 1978.
Good. You need education.
I'm a trucker without a wife, family, or a mortgage. Drizzle, drizzle. Hey, let's go. I appreciate it. Stay single. Don't buy a home. Just send me all your money.
Fucking grifter, man.
You bankrupted our country. Down with the Shah. Down with the Shah.
A year before Khomeini's return, an uprising began in Tehran. In 1978, hundreds of thousands of Iranians took to the streets to challenge their ruler.
Regime of Shah was a dictatorship, a military dictatorship. Army people are everywhere.
But y'all like the Cashapp.
And it's corrupted. Not only in money and injustice for the people, but in the levels of the power. It's a closed door for everybody, and there is no equal opportunity for the members of the society. And this corruption is a very good motivation to encourage you to oppose to a regime.
Demonstrators had had enough of a ruler who, bent on making Iran a great power, sought to impose Western-style modernity on them, either willingly or by force. They viewed it as an unfair and corrupt system that failed to meet the most basic needs of the population.
That song's still relevant today. Big booty cripple.
Two countries had come to embody the imperialism condemned by the demonstrators. Two countries that supported the Shah's regime.
You here for an extra hour just because I said so. Drizzle, drizzle. Okay, I was going to stop at noon. Now we're pushing it to 1. Holy cow. Dang. All right. Well, what do I do now? Confetti! Go!
La 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 la, wait till I get my money right.
It's hard to do debate prep when people keep super chatting me. It's okay though. Keep doing it. Okay. All right, now we got to make another goal. This one's going to be 15 super chats.
15 super chat. Let's go.
Nate, don't feel responsible to carry the stream, okay? We got to go to 1 p.m. now. We do one more hour. We'll go to 2 p.m. And then I'm going to make it crazy difficult. Because I'm not staying up until 5 in the afternoon. Oh, shit. Is Crowder debating that guy today? Oh, we might have to totally change up the... Let me play this while I look for something.
The United States and Israel. Today, it is difficult to imagine those two countries were the Iranian state's closest allies.
Relations with Iran were excellent at the time. Many Israelis lived in Iran and helped the country in many areas.
For us, Iran was arguably our most important partner after the United States.
Crowder is supposed to be debating a college professor today. He's been trying to debate any college professor who would debate him for like 10 years now, and he's finally got one, and I think it's going to happen today.
States in terms of economic interests. We undertook some grandiose projects with them.
Back in the 1950s, Israel had made overtures to the Shah. Isolated in an Arab world that refused to acknowledge its existence,
Hold on.
the Hebrew...
Hold on. I missed what they said there.
Back in the 1950s, Israel had made overtures to the Shah. Isolated in an Arab world that refused to acknowledge its existence, the Hebrew state was looking for non-Arab partners a little further afield in the Middle East. Iran, Persian, pro-Western, built on a different kind of Islam to the other Arab countries, stood out as a natural ally.
Iranians often came to us. It's hard to imagine now, but it was a very close-knit collaboration.
Itzhak Segev took up his post as military attaché in Iran in 1977, a year before the protests began. His mission was to strengthen security cooperation between the two countries.
At the time, I was in charge of fulfilling a contract between Iran and Israel worth $1.2 billion. Iran was paying Israel to provide equipment and know-how in very sensitive areas, such as missiles, aircraft, etc.
The opportunity to see a country that has
Washington as well had chosen to make Iran the cornerstone of its influence in the region.
all comes in so fast.
The high degree of military cooperation was designed to keep Tehran in the Western camp.
Also, this was the time of the Cold War, of course, and Iran was a major arena of US-Soviet competition. So yes, the Shah was close to America because he felt that it needed the American support in confronting the USSR and maintaining his government in power.
So today, when I'm giving lectures to young people, they don't believe me when I tell them that in 77 and 78, Iran's two greatest allies were the United States and Israel.
For both Tel Aviv and Washington, Iran under the Shah was an invaluable partner, the key piece in the great Middle Eastern game. But neither Israel nor America realized the extent and strength of an opposition that was destined to prevail.
What happened? Thank you again, Nate. Some of it would have gone to President Dinkus, but I had to be sleeping before he started streaming. Oh, dang. Well, sucks for Abe.
When I spoke with the generals, they would tell me, look, it's like measles. We're seeing demonstrations at the moment, that's the way it is. The Shah has asked us to sort it out because he's the military chief. Well, we're sorting it out.
America was blind to what was going on in Iran society because we didn't have people blending in with the society. Our contacts were with higher class people or military people, people who were interested in the status quo, who wanted to justify their belief in the Shah and that things were going well and would continue to go well. So those were the people that we dealt with. They were the people that were not well informed and were not going to give us bad news.
The blindness and incomprehension of a regime faced with such a powerful and determined uprising was heading for tragedy.
So this is 1978 Tehran. This is when the protests are reaching their climax, protests against the Shah, and Ayatollah Khomeini is going to come in and take over.
That day, Black Friday, the Shah's army opened fire in the streets of Tehran. The official death toll was 87, but according to opposition estimates, it was closer to 4,000. The monarchy had just revealed its true face.
I remember taking a shower that morning after the Black Friday, it was called. And it seemed to me that what we were dealing with was a war between the Shah and his people. And it seemed to me that the Shah was not going to win, that we were going to deal with a different future in Iran than we had known in the past.
Five of you being queers. Give the thumbs up a tap. Drizzle, drizzle. 5 of you being queers. Oh, 5 people haven't hit the like button? Yup, pretty much. I agree, Nate. I agree.
The revolutionary process was underway, and now there was no stopping it.
Oh,
regarded as supporters.
By the way, for YouTube purposes, everything that we're doing here today is for educational purposes, also for informational purposes, also for satire and comedic entertainment purposes. Everything I'm playing is documentary, historical, educational stuff. If any pew-pews come up on the stream, they are not live. I'm live. I don't mess with that stuff. The video is a documentary for educational purposes. Okay? We are not promoting this or any of that. So if a pew-pew pops up on the screen, it's in a video from 50 years ago. Okay, YouTube?
Of the Shah, Israel and American expatriates became targets and began to leave the country. Protesters attacked cafes, restaurants, banks, and cinemas, the Western symbols of modernity associated.
Israel bankrupt Iran when they were secular. See a pattern. Drizzle, drizzle. Israel bankrupt Iran when they were secular.
With the stranglehold Israel and the United States had on their country.
The anti-American slogans were because of the dominance of the leftist discourse that saw imperialism as the dominant threat, as the main contradiction, as we used to call it at the time, to be solved. The religious forces were equally adamant against the U.S. They saw the U.S. as a beacon of modernity, and they still do.
Death to the United States. This is in 1978 under the Shah. These are the people that hate the Shah, and they're shouting death to the U.S.
The Israeli issue was again connected to this discourse because the left identified then, as it identifies now, with the Palestinian cause. It felt that Israel had been complicit in.
The left identified then as it does now with the Palestinian cause. Well, now they're right, too. Now the left just sounds like a bunch of groypers, and the groypers sound like a bunch of commies.
Denying the Palestinians their rights.
And there was a very powerful belief within the Iranian system that the Secret Service of Iran, SAWAK, is run by Israeli Mossad. Therefore, they were saying Americans are dominating, ripping off the country, and the Israelis also sharing for killing, tortures, managing, organizing the Secret Service of Shah, SAWAK, and...
Damn, they had to blur this out in the documentary? I wonder what's on that picture.
So, that's why it was mainly about the U.S., but they have been always Iranians, they have seen Israel as part of U.S.
They're probably
down the
showing violence
monarchy,
between their people
breaking
or
ties
something.
with Washington and Tel Aviv, rejecting Western-style modernity. All these objectives combined into a single battle. To succeed, the struggle needed a leader, someone to embody it.
The Ayatollah.
Gradually, as the movement began to pick up momentum, and it was a movement in need of a leadership, in need of a leader, the person that fit the bill seemed to have been Ayatollah Khomeini.
Wow, look at that. That's crazy. Look at all of them, and they're all shouting, Khomeini, Khomeini, we're waiting for you. Khomeini, Khomeini, we're waiting for you. This just shows how people, there's a large swath of people who the Marxists would say is the proletariat, the working class, the downtrodden, oppressed working class, who are just never happy. They can't be content because they don't have enough. They're jealous because other people have more than them. And so what do? They bitch about their leadership. Like, all these people are protesting the Shah, saying, Khomeini, Khomeini, we await you. Khomeini, Khomeini, we await you. Khomeini gets in. 20 years later, they're protesting Khomeini. Whoever gets in next, they're going to say, oh, praise Allah, he's here. 20 years from now, they're going to want him dead.
Because they know that they're puppets and they got to give half their fucking economy's money to the fucking Israel and United States, or they terrorists. So they being pimped, and then they go having to play in the hands of the United States to get along, and then the people like, no, fuck y'all, why y'all talking to these motherfuckers? We have to. It's the way of the world. They will kill us all. And it's true.
Look at all these people shouting Khomeini, Khomeini. Crazy. Black Friday. Is this where we get the term Black Friday from? No.
No.
Anyway. Look at all these
I have
people.
to say that not only the different factions of Islamic movement followed Ayatollah Khomeini and joined him, but the other factions of the movement as well, like nationalists, like Marxists, all factions supported Ayatollah Khomeini as the leader of the revolution.
Viva la revolution. Revolutions are always gay.
The time had come for
Yeah,
him
this
to
is good
realize his
because really
dream,
their culture
the
and their
application
history
of a
is one
radical
I've
doctrine
one
and
of few I've
establishment
looked
of an
into.
Islamic republic, a theocracy wherein the ultimate power lay with the religious authority, the supreme leader.
Yep. Then after the Shah, which was a dictatorship, then it becomes a Islamic theocracy. What did I put in my notes here? A Shia theocracy hostile to the U.S. and Israel.
And what was the date? 1979.
Yeah, 1979.
Okay.
Khomeini takes power.
How do you spell that?
Khomeini. Khomeni, I think, or E. They'll show it here in a second.
Okay, I was curious. Yeah, they will. I'll check that. Thank you.
Making Iran an Islamic theocracy. Theocracy is based, not the Islamic part. Hostile to the U.S. and Israel. And Israel. The Ayatollah was run out by American and Israeli intelligence to give Israel a local ally.
Hey, what?
The previous Ayatollah, and then he was ran out by U.S. and Israel, and then they installed the Shah, and the Shah worked with U.S. and Israel to fight off the USSR. Yeah, but then a new Ayatollah comes in after him.
Leader, him.
Okay.
January 2nd, 1979 in Tehran. This is going to be the battle that leads to the Ayatollah taking power.
Okay.
Khomeini set foot on Iranian soil, ready to
I wish we had YouTube when I was in freaking high school.
No kidding.
History class would have been so much easier to like write reports and stuff. I could just watch an interesting documentary instead of listening to boring ass Mr. Oglesby's boring ass.
Oh, that sucks. I had a cool history teacher. He made it really fun.
I had the worst history teacher for 2 years.
I'm sorry, dude.
It was bad.
Are you black?
That's why
we never covered
that's
our.
why I'm not good at history. Is because that history teacher turned me off to it. I didn't care.
That'll happen.
Yeah, it's because your brain couldn't comprehend. Don't blame the teacher, dude.
No, he's right. If you make it more entertaining, it could be like more likely you're going to comprehend it. If like the teacher's better at teaching the subject, the students will be better, like easier to learn or something.
If you're just a boring asshole, I don't want to hear anything you have to say.
Yeah,
Mr. Oglesby was a boring asshole.
And I say that's pretty base.
Fuck you, Mr. Oglesby. You hear that? He's probably dead by now.
He's still alive. He comes across your video. JS, that punk!
And then his son or his grandson was in the same grade as me. And he freaking went to the school dance with the girl that I was going to ask. Oh, then I hated him even more.
You hated the guy for something his son did?
Now I hate your whole family tree.
Your fucking grandson got the girl. This is way off topic.
Pissing me off.
JS first world problems.
Yep.
Deliver the fatal blow to the monarchy.
The monarchy.
Nothing and no
what
one
year is this
could
again,
stand
JS?
in his way.
This is when the Ayatollah is coming to take Tehran. January 2nd,
70s.
1979.
And 79.
It was shocking. It was really shocking. About 10 million people came to
10 million people in the streets. Wow.
This was the biggest welcoming ceremony ever during the history as long as I remember. 10 million people to come to welcome a leader. And everybody looked at him as the...
Look how packed they are in there. That guy looks like he passed out. He's getting carried through the crowd because he passed out. He probably got smothered.
A leader of the revolution, a charismatic leader, and...
How is he charismatic? He does not seem charismatic to me. He seems angry, grumpy old guy. Anson Plan.
Yeah.
A man of God at the same time that he will rescue the country and we will have a paradise on the earth.
Dude, when I see stuff like this, I'm like, how did this guy get to this point? And I'm like, I could do it. You know?
You're going to take over the world?
Maybe not till I'm like 60 or something, but I'm going to do this in America.
All right, brain. Tell me when you take over the world.
I'm gonna take over the world. If Ayatollah Khomeini can be this popular and have 10 million people show
Good morning, yes.
Good morning, Avarice.
Good morning.
Hey, I asked Easy last night if he's going to DebateCon. He said, yes, sir. And he said, do I need a place to stay when I go out there? We need to, we work something out. What are you doing? We need to get an Airbnb.
I don't know. I might be staying with Jungle.
Ah. Why can't you and Jungle stay with me and Easy?
Well, I told you. So yesterday or 2 days ago, Jungle called, and he was like, "Avarice, what are you doing on the 27th?" I said, "I don't know." He goes, "Are you going to the Andrew debate?" I said, "No." And he goes, "Well, you are now." And he gave me 2 plane tickets to South Carolina and North Carolina, and I'm going to the Andrew and Rachel debate.
That's cool. What's that have to do with DebateCon?
So I'm gonna do whatever, because he's being generous with all my tickets. I'm gonna do whatever he wants me to do.
Well, tell him we can get a big ass Airbnb like you did last time, and we can all stay there. No, it's up to him. That's fine.
Maybe.
Well, whatever. I don't mind. I'm good with whatever. I'm just saying it would be cool. But
my wife will be there, so
DebateCon. I know you said you're bringing Riddick.
Yeah. That one we're debating right now.
If you're gonna bring him, she's with you. What are you gonna do? Find a babysitter for 4 days?
Grandpa's house.
Oh, okay. Damn, I was gonna teach him to backflip.
Can't teach nobody baby to backflip.
I'll teach a baby to do a backflip. I'll at least
You're gonna be a better teacher than your history teacher. At least do that much.
I was up last night playing Scheduled 1, and I had all my drugs on me, and then I got caught by the cops and lost all my drugs, so I rage quit. So I got to restart today.
Why were you carrying all your drugs on you?
I was still learning the game.
Well, step number 1 of dealing drugs in a video game or real life, you don't carry all of it on you.
I get that now. I'm not a drug dealer, all right?
Well, it's common sense.
Is it though?
I wasn't smoking my own supply.
That's another rule.
Well, damn.
Got that one.
What, y'all going down the list of the 10 crackhead commandments or something?
I'll figure something out.
No, Freddie, that was good. The 10 crackhead commandments. Don't get high on your own supply.
What up, Avarice?
Moves onto his side when he's sleeping. Do you think that's okay?
Huh? Who's on his side when he's sleeping?
Riddick.
Oh, the baby. Was that your wife talking just now?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was Marshall's girlfriend or wife or whatever she is.
No, you want to say hi to Jess, babe?
I don't know what to call it. We lived together for 11 years. Technically, I just call her my wife most of the time.
Oh, plenty of fag.
How's the recovery from the birthing experience going?
It's good.
Nice.
Barely an inconvenience.
Barely an inconvenience. How long before you're ready for the next one?
I don't know.
Like, I haven't thought about that yet. Let's slow down. That's cool. Yeah, I think you should bring him to DebateCon. He'll be the
watch him the whole time.
Yeah, you want to watch him feed him and poop him?
No.
I was just thinking that too, Avarice.
I'm gonna teach him tricks.
You're gonna demonstrate a backflip to baby Avarice. I want to see that.
I can't do it. I can't do a backflip anymore.
Are you gonna wear a stupid suit again?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah. Why? You're not even debating anyone this time.
I didn't even wear the suit when I debated last time.
Did you make Riddick's profile picture thing?
He's got a profile already? You getting him on social media already?
No, his Netflix profile.
Netflix profile?
Good idea. Need to have a baby and start him young on the internet.
No, I just don't want.
Avarice is against me on this debate topic.
What?
The Iran debate.
No war?
Yeah, I'm not even like pro-war and stuff, but I'm pro-Trump, so.
Yeah, I'm anti-war, so if you've been in one, you ought not be so quick to be in another.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles.
Are you gonna fight it?
What?
Are you gonna go fight?
Fight the war? That's a stupid argument.
Yep. Are you gonna go fight it?
That's a stupid argument.
Why?
It's basically like an argument for authority. It's the same as saying.
What do you mean? I fought it. They called when they went when they called for our nation. I answered my nation's call when we went to war in Iraq.
It's like if we're watching a football game and the team that I'm rooting for and the team we're rooting for fumbles the ball, and we say, "You fucking idiot! How'd you fumble the ball? Oh, you're a moron."
Again, there's a big difference between choosing to send people. There's a big difference between choosing to send people out to die and sending people to defend a football.
NFL before? Have you ever been an NFL athlete before?
Again, I don't like dot on football. Again, there's a difference between protecting a football and sending our soldiers off to die.
Okay, if we're talking about abortion and somebody says you're not a woman, it's the same thing. If we're talking about, I don't know.
What do you mean?
If we're talking about, if you're arguing,
I asked you, are you willing to go to war? That's what I asked.
You argue against feminism? Am I willing to go to war? Yeah, if I get drafted, I'll go.
Again, that's what I'm asking. Are you willing to go without the draft? You're willing to say right now, I can go to war. I'll go and fight.
I'm 38 and I'm a felon.
Again, the draft goes to 44. It's 17 to 44.
Exactly. Well, you just said not the draft.
Again, so the age to join is 45. So you can technically join all the way up to 45.
I said if I get drafted, I'll go.
Okay, what about if we just go to war? Will you just answer your nation's call?
I can't just go. I can't sign up for the military.
Yes, you can.
No, I have a criminal record.
In the army, they'll waive that criminal record in the time of war.
No, I tried to do all that stuff.
They did it in Iraq all the time.
I tried to do that stuff when I was young. They wouldn't let me.
Well, maybe because you were a dumb young kid that didn't know what a waiver was.
I don't know, but anyway, that's irrelevant. You know, I don't. That's why I pay taxes. Is so that my
you don't have to go to war.
So that my military will protect me, and my president.
Oh, is that the answer?
Will protect me, and so.
Yeah, your governor won't protect you.
My government.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So
I was like, your governor sucks.
I pay taxes. I trust my president, and I have faith in our military. And
look, I have faith in our military too. I just don't want our fucking military to die. We've sent people over to die for a war that we've already fought too many. I'm fatigued. I'm war fatigued.
I already wrote this. Arguments from opponent. Loss of life. That's one of the arguments that I wrote. Loss of life, loss of human life. What's the rebuttal to this? Well, it's the military. It's the world. People die. People die
again.
All the time.
Yeah, and when we go to war, we ought not send that amount of bodies off. If we have the means not to, we have better means of technology. We don't need to actually claim war to just bomb people.
What if we fought Iran using only satellite technology, direct energy weapons, long range weapons?
You can't take without boots on the ground. Tell me how to do it. Show me how to do it without boots on the ground.
That might have been true in the 1940s. That's not true in 2026.
Still true now. We don't use robot technology yet. Even robot dogs are followed by full squadron platoons.
Okay.
So
Okay. Let's say we black out their entire power grid, and then we put boots on the ground, and we have very minimal loss.
No, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We blacked out Iraq's entire grid, and we still lost lives.
We blacked out Venezuela's grid, and we got their leadership out in 8
Again,
minutes.
there's a difference between taking and extracting one leader and going to war where people are fighting on the streets.
Yeah, there is a difference, but my point is, if we could do it with
impossible. It's impossible. What you're asking for is impossible.
So no loss of military personnel is acceptable.
Not for war that has no American gain anymore. It's been a negative.
I wanted to ask you, Avarice, could we win? Like, regardless of
again,
loss?
We would win.
We already won, right? We're just blowing more people back to the Stone Age from which they've already been blown to.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand why we want to continue going over there and blowing up people, and then now declaring war and putting boots on the ground. We could just continue shelling them until they're fucking dead.
But that would be fighting them.
Again, that's not war. I can shell them all day long and not put boots on the ground.
I agree, actually.
I mean,
that's a much better tactic.
How is that not war? Like, okay, well then.
Again, okay. The question is a supply barricade like what the Empire did to Naboo? Is a supply blockade an act of war?
Is a supply blockade an act of war? I don't know. Apparently, if Trump sneezes in the wrong direction,
hold on.
it's an act
I have
of
a
war.
question. Is a supply blockade technically, legally speaking, an act of war?
I don't know. Is it?
No. So we can blockade them all day long. We can shell them all day long. It's still not an act of war. War is actually described on invading their lands with boots on the ground.
An act of war, aggressive, often military action by one nation against another. Bombing a naval base would be an act of war. Cyber warfare is an act of war, which Iran has done to us and we've done to them.
Again, if you want to call cyber warfare war, then we're in a whole new playing field. We're in a whole new playing field of war. Okay, then
territorial violations are an act of war.
Sure. Okay, then where's Anonymous? Where's Anonymous located? Where's Anonymous located? Where's our war with Anonymous?
I'm just fact checking you.
Where's our war? Where's our war with Anonymous?
Who's Anonymous? You talking about the
You said cyber warfare. You said cyber warfare. Who's Anonymous? What country is that?
I don't know. I'm talking about hacking into a country's
again. So I'm asking you. So people that do cyber warfare, like an Anonymous.
No, Anonymous are terrorists.
What do you mean? They do cyber warfare.
Anonymous can't declare war on a nation because they're not a nation. They're just
so can you name it? Okay, can you name a nation that's actually involved in cyber warfare then? Right now, that is actively doing cyber warfare against us?
Actively right now, I don't know, but I know that.
Yeah, so you can't say that anyone's actively used cyber warfare against us. You can only say that like China's using like key logging and companies are using scams. So you can't use cyber warfare. Then why don't you not use cyber warfare?
You're strawmanning me. I said cyber warfare is an act of war.
No, it's when declared. So what nation has declared any of these things?
We used cyber warfare against Iran, and they used cyber warfare against us.
Nobody would really claim. Nobody would claim.
Prove it.
It's in the video that
Nobody would claim a cyber attack. He's
Prove a
right.
cyber attack.
Nobody would claim it. You're right. Because nobody would claim a cyber attack. It's like you always stay anonymous. Like that's kind of like.
No, this is history. This did happen.
Okay, prove that we have been doing cyber warfare.
Iranian hackers targeting of U.S.
Okay,
critical...
Iranian hackers. Great. They could be. Hold on. They could be just random Iran. Hold on. They could be random Iranians.
I didn't finish.
Are they Iranian government hackers?
2 days ago.
Are they Iranian? Oh, hold on. Okay, great. I have
of U.S. critical infrastructure has escalated since the start of the war.
I got an article here saying anonymous critically infiltrated our fucking infrastructure yesterday. Do they count as warfare too? These are people. They're not Iranian government employees. You're being fallacious.
I'm not being fallacious.
Yes, they're not Iranian government employees. It's like 2 Iranians hit our system. Okay. 2 Russians hit our system yesterday too.
You think it's just random Iranian people?
I think that there are cyber terrorists in every country.
Yeah, sure.
And I think those cyber terrorists are not declaring war on countries. I think they're being terrorists, including the individuals from Iran.
Right, same as anonymous. But if our government is using cyber warfare to attack Iran, that would be an act of war.
Using using cyber attacks is not declaring war.
How about putting mines? How about putting mines in the Persian Gulf, which could potentially blow up our oil tankers with Americans on them?
Hold on.
Can I finish a
point?
Hold
on, Iraq.
No, you got.
Iraq did that and blew up our boat. Iraq did that and blew up our boat with USS Liberty. Did we go to war?
That's Israel.
Did we go to war with them?
No, they covered that up.
Oh, so it wasn't a war. It wasn't an act of war to put mines in the water.
I would have been fine with going to war with Israel because of the USS Liberty.
It wasn't an act of war putting mines in the water.
I'm saying if one of those mines blows up an American oil ship with no military personnel on it, civilian oil workers on an American ship in the Persian Gulf,
and now they have to deal with the capitalism. You're right. That's still not a declaration. That's still not a declaration of war.
It's an act of war.
It's not a declaration.
Well, that's different. Even Trump says,
sure.
We're currently not in war with Iran.
So blowing up the Twin Towers was an act of war?
Okay, well then we're not at war with Iran right now.
Blowing up the Twin Towers was an act of war?
Are we at war with Iran right now?
Did we declare war with Iran?
Nope.
Then no.
Okay, I agree. So we're not even at war.
Sure.
Did Trump start a new war with what he did in Iran recently?
If there's no war declared, then no.
Nope. So let's obey. So all we're doing is like military exercises.
Does it actually exist, Avarice? Bottom line.
Look at, we can assault people all. Listen, if I punch you in the face, does that mean we just had a boxing match?
No, that just means you punched me in the face.
So you can still fire missiles and not go to war.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes, we agree on that.
Well, you're the one who brought up acts of war. I'm just saying.
I really did like the analogy. That was cool.
Acts of war. What I'm bringing up an acts of war is declaration. I've always been declaring war. When we ought not declare war against another country where we put boots on the ground and start fucking seizing things without having thought it through.
But the thing is,
without having thought it through.
The thing is, the prompt is, should we be fighting Iran? And then you say, no new wars. Okay, well, we're not at a new war. We didn't start a new war. We're not going to war. Should we be fighting Iran, though, in 2026? And you say, well, yeah, we can keep shelling them. So we should be fighting Iran.
No, well, here's the thing. I
boots on the ground.
I honestly don't think we should be sending money over there. Hold on. I don't think personally we should be shelling them at all, right? That's a waste of money, right? But I would rather be shelling them and appeasing that rhetoric for the audience than sending boots on the ground.
Okay, but if an enemy who wants us dead and wants to
again, Russia wants us dead.
They're in an Islamic
Russia wants us dead. Russia wants us dead. China wants us dead. North Korea wants us dead. Why are we attacking any of them?
Russia and China want all Americans dead. I think Muslims want all Christians dead.
North Korea wants us dead.
Shia Muslims in Iran, they want Christians dead.
North Koreans want us dead.
That's probably true, but what are they going to do about it?
Well, they have nukes.
Allegedly. They ain't going to do shit because nukes are fake.
Again, it's the same. It's the same argument. You're so fucking. This is so disingenuous. I'm making the same argument for Iran for North Korea, and you can't tell me why we ought not bomb North Korea too.
If Trump said, North Korea is aiming nukes at us, and we're taking it to.
Okay, you got proof that the Iran nukes are being aimed at us.
I would not like it, but I would still defend Trump.
You got proof that these Iran nukes are made and aimed at us.
No, I'm just saying as an example of North Korea.
You think that Iran? You think Iran is more? You think Iran is more further along than North Korea?
Iran's a way bigger threat than North Korea, I think.
You think Iran is a bigger threat than North Korea?
Yeah. My uncle in the Air Force.
North Korea, who gets all their supplies from China.
My uncle retired from the Air Force. He met and shook hands with two different presidents, Bush and Clinton. And I asked him when he retired, I said, who's the biggest threat to America? And he said Russia, China, and the Middle East.
So why aren't we attacking Russia? Why aren't we attacking Russia?
He didn't say nothing about no North Korea.
Why are we attacking Russia and China then?
Trump called North Korea Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man and laughed at him, and dude didn't do anything. Fuck North Korea.
Again, why are we not attacking China?
They can't even keep their country from getting divided.
Iran can't even keep their country from being blown to the Stone Age.
I agree, and I'm fine with that.
So why are we not attacking China?
Because I don't think they wish death on us like Iran does.
So the real answer is you just want to kill a specific type of people in protection of America.
No,
and not another.
I'm totally okay with killing any people if it means keeping our country safe and secure and our people at the top and prospering.
Okay. So who's a bigger threat, Iran or China?
Currently, according to Trump and according to the intel that we have and our governments and stuff, currently Iran.
Who's a bigger threat to American society, Iran or China?
Iran, Muslims.
Oh, really? So
China, TikTok. China and TikTok.
Muslims own 30% of American soil.
That's a good point.
That is a good point.
China's a threat too.
Who's a bigger threat, China or Muslims?
All you're doing is convincing me that we should. All you're doing is convincing me that we need to go to war with China too. You're not convincing me that we don't need to go to war with Iran. Right? Like,
oh shit!
It's like, dang, you're right. We need to go to war with Russia, North Korea, China, Iran, all of them.
We gotta get them all. Oh boy. Yes.
Well, I'm glad I can convince you of extra war.
I know, you failed. You're supposed to be convincing me of no war.
Yeah, I thought that was the objective, Avarice.
The objective was total annihilation.
No.
Oh, damn. No.
The objective is peace through strength. I'd prefer all of these nations just mind their own fucking business, and then we don't have to have all this war. But that's never going to happen. And I'm not an idealist. There's an ideal world that it would be nice, but I know that's never going to happen. There's always going to be war. There's always going to be loss of human life. The military signs up. They should know what they're getting themselves into. Those are men who are willing to die for the country, and some of them may die.
Some of you will die,
but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
I'll die for my country, JS, but not you. That's for sure.
Okay.
I'll take a bullet for you, JS.
There you go. Avarice will.
Yeah. You take a bullet
I'm
for
old.
me?
Yeah, you got more life to live than me.
Nice. So I don't have to take a bullet for you, right? Because you're older.
Yeah, not at all.
Nice.
Yeah, sweet.
Let's go. Dude, I would take a bullet just to see what it feels like.
It's not fun, dude. It's not fun.
Are you?
In like with a bulletproof vest on or something.
All right.
Or like
Dude, that'd make a crazy YouTube video.
Graze my arm or something. We were gonna do when I went down to Florida, we were supposed to do shooting at me with pepper balls. My little brother was supposed to shoot at me with
Yeah, I don't
balls.
condone shooting guns at people and even pepper balls.
It's a paintball gun.
Bro, you're
a paintball gun with
crazy.
pepper balls.
Let me know.
You just accidentally blind yourself for life in a pepper ball accident.
Hey, Jess.
What?
I am 97 hours into Crimson Desert, and I have an army of dogs.
Dude, all the shorts that I'm watching, dude, there's so much crazy stuff in that game, and I'm just
I am the Pied Piper of dogs.
I don't have enough time. I'm never gonna beat it.
Funny.
You know you can get a chocobo in that
Yeah,
game?
tell me that sometime.
No,
What is that?
I don't know. I've just been dog wrangling for like the last 40 hours.
You can find a person riding on a red chocobo, which is the bird from Final Fantasy, and you can
Yeah, I
get
know
on
what
it.
the bird. I have Cloud and Sephiroth tattooed to my
think that's how
back.
you
You don't
say
think
that,
I don't know what a
but-
fucking chocobo is?
I don't know. Marshall
I
did
don't.
it.
Yeah.
But also,
I'm actually playing a new game today.
can you do the infinite climb thing where you can keep climbing into the sky, like flying up?
No,
Like-
I haven't really. I spent the last like
Seen these
46 hours
before?
herding
Okay.
dogs.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, he's probably like, I'm probably farther percentage into the game than him in like
Than
a
me?
tenth of the time.
Than me?
Yeah, because you don't do like story stuff. You don't do like
Yeah,
the
no.
missions. You just fucking
No,
running
I'm
around.
I've been.
Bro,
I've been
he's got an army of dogs.
I've been wrangling dogs. I have about 72 dogs.
What chapter are you in?
Avarice is for
Four.
putting boots on the ground.
I'm on
if it's
chapter
dogs.
5. I'm
Yeah.
on chapter 5, and I've only been playing for like.
Yeah, I'm on.
maybe-
Bro,
I'm on
maybe
like
Avarice,
90
could we
I'm on like 96
could we do
hours.
this? Could we technically in America raise an army of dogs and go put like army dogs boots on the ground in Iran? Would that be okay? If we just switched out the people for dogs? Wait, how would that not? I mean, could you imagine a ton of fucking like aggressive like man-eating German shepherds on the ground? How is that retarded? That would totally work.
That's Avarice's nose. Anyway, Avarice, once you get the ability to fly, not fly, but like
It's more like a glide.
I can fly.
No. I mean like climb in the sky continually. Like you can do the sword lunge
Say hi.
into the sky.
Say hi.
You can
Are you
go in-
speaking of an exploit?
Oh my
Say
god.
hi.
What's up, Riddick?
Or is this intended?
Is
Say
he
hi to JS.
Is he crawling yet?
No, almost.
You gotta like stand him up on his knees and his hands, and then you gotta move the left leg and the right hand together, and then move the right leg and the left hand together, and then he'll start doing it on his own. He'll be crawling around.
We're starting a new game today.
What's the new game?
Schedule 1. I started it last night.
Well, that's not today. That's yesterday.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun. We're making and selling drugs.
You're a little late to that. That trend is kind of over.
The Schedule 1 trend? No, it just got updated. It just got released.
No, Schedule 1 was popular like 3 months ago.
Yeah, it just got its 1.0 update though. That's what I'm saying.
So it's coming back.
It's got its full release.
Anyway, if I can finish what I'm trying to say for 10 times now, and people keep interrupting me. You can get a skill where you like, you know how you do like the triple jump where you go poof, poof, poof up into the sky?
Yes.
You
could, once you get to the top of that, you lunge with your sword into the sky.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about. We see people do it.
You can go into space.
Okay.
What?
You can keep climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing
Dude,
into the sky, and you can go up into space.
Have you seen this game? Hold on here. Share screen.
You can go to the moon.
Have you seen this game?
That's insane. You got to show me this.
Hit my share screen. Dreaded.
Which one is it?
Ready?
No, it's not that. Hold on. No, I got the wrong one. This one? Okay, play. Oh, just a little bit of copyright music. What is this? Fallout? Not Fallout. Fair. Turn to the submerged land.
Yeah, this is what I'm waiting on.
This looks like Fable 4. Isn't Fable 4 coming out?
No, but this isn't Fable 4.
Prepare to fish and survive. It's a fishing game.
Yeah.
Whoa. It looks like Fallout, Jason's right.
I don't know. I'll probably pass on a fishing game.
You don't like fishing games?
I like fishing.
I like fishing in games.
Yeah, but this is like Cthulhu fishing.
I like video games and I like fishing. I don't so much like fishing video games.
But this is like
I like the fishing activities in games.
Like
I don't know if I like a
style.
straightforward.
You know what I mean? This is like
Cthulhu.
This isn't like fishing. This is like Cthulhu.
I like video games and I like going to the gym, but I wouldn't like a video game about going to the gym.
But this is more like Cthulhu. It's more of a fantasy, right?
Yeah, it looks kind of cool. I'm more concerned with
you'll go do a gym in a video game if it buffs your stats, though.
I'm more concerned with Black Myth Wukong 2 is coming. Eventually.
This is coming out, but they're in Ukraine. Have you seen this?
Tides of Colossus, I think, is another one that I wanted to play.
Sand. It's called Sand.
Tides of Atlantis, I think. That looks pretty cool. Now that I would definitely get into.
Yeah, this is PvP extraction shooter.
Well, it's a builder.
Yeah, PvP, PvE, PvP.
I'm waiting on Windrows. You know of Windrows? Everest? It's a pirate themed game.
Why is that guy shooting confetti?
It's extraction, so you got to get off your walker to extract the goods to put on your walker, and then extract.
He's shooting confetti because it's a celebration, JS.
That looks
Don't you
pretty
like
good.
to celebrate things?
The fishing game looks cool, but I'd probably pass on that. I think you mean
Hater.
Tides of Annihilation. That's been on my wish list. Did that release yet? That game looks really good. You seen the preview for that one, Avers?
With the chick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do
those
female protagonists.
Whatever, me neither, but the game still looks freaking good.
Yeah, that's
what do you
called,
mean you don't do female protagonists? You don't like Jill from Resident Evil?
Nope.
You don't like
I have
Yuna?
Cloud and Sephiroth tattooed to my back.
I know. I was trying to think of. I said Yuna. You don't like Yuna from Resident Evil 10? You don't like dang Eris?
Nope. And I didn't even play Final Fantasy
Tifa?
the all chick one.
Tifa?
13 or whatever with lightning.
That's 12-2. No, 10-2.
Yeah, I didn't play X2 either. I didn't play that either. All the girls. Yeah, I didn't do that.
10-2 is the all girl one. It's
I'm not playing
gay.
chicks.
I 100% complete it, but it's super gay. You know how you change your your class? You change your outfit.
Yeah, you're just you're going with whatchamacallit, female propaganda.
What about Yuffie or what's her name? Tifa. Yeah, what about Tifa?
Yeah, again, she was a side character, not a main character to Cloud. So
what about Jill? What about Jill from Resident Evil?
No.
That's crazy. Jill's gangster. Jill's the GOAT.
Gangst.
Wukong. Black Myth Wukong 2 is coming.
Nope, no females.
That's not a female.
Oh, okay. Well, then no females.
That's some Wukong.
Yeah, no females. Yeah, you know what game I haven't played? Because they only had females? Satisfactory.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Because it was only female skin. Yeah.
Well,
Rust, you don't get a choice. It's got both. So, and I ended up being a big black guy. In my console version, I'm a tiny Asian lady.
Well, so he's sexist, not racist, folks.
You are a tiny Asian lady. That's funny.
He'll play as a black guy, but not as a white woman.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm running around going, the big black cock is fake. It's big white cock.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But no, watch the Tides of Annihilation
I've seen it.
Trailer. It looks really good. Looks like Bayonetta.
Why don't you do something better? Kingmaker. Wait for Kingmakers.
I need to pay for Game Pass.
I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be playing Crimson Desert for the next 6 years.
Kingmakers.
All right, we got to watch this documentary.
All right, I'm going to go play fucking Schedule 1.
All right, go sell some drugs.
All right. Much love. Get the donos in for JS.
Yeah.
He's got to get to DebateCon and all.
What about freaking Horizon?
I don't know, but JS, call me when you're done and we'll figure out how to switch over and maybe do DebateCon meetup, and we'll use that money, and then we'll figure out time so that we're not so that you don't need to take May off. So you can go to DebateCon?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to debate. I already bought my ticket.
I said yes. Give me a call when you're done with streaming at some point, so we can go over. Because now the plane tickets for May are kaput because you want to go to DebateCon, so we'll spend that money somewhere else, and then we'll figure it out after.
Can you just transfer those tickets to Salt Lake to Dallas?
and then to July?
In July?
Yeah, as I said, give me a call. We'll figure it out after.
I always raised money from the chat to pay for my plane ticket.
Okay, well, give me a call after. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we got to keep this a secret. We can't let chat know that I might actually get. I might actually already have plane tickets. Don't let the chat know that.
It's not that. It's just that I got to figure out my financing stuff too, and I don't want to fucking talk about how much things are going to be live on air.
Well,
for the
I don't know,
Switches.
but I do know that it would be cool if we could just get a big Airbnb again.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll try to figure that out. I got to talk to Jungle about that. So give me a call soon.
That goes well.
All right. Later.
Have a nice day.
All right. Back to this documentary.
Khomeini was now the man who embodied the legitimacy of power, especially as the Shah, weakened by ill health, had departed the country 3 weeks earlier.
How is this guy a charismatic leader? He's fat and doesn't even stand up when he's giving a speech. He's sitting in a chair.
10 days later, after only 48 hours of fighting in the streets of Tehran, the overthrow of the Iranian monarchy the Shah had ruled over for 37 years was complete.
Damn, so the people just stood up and just went at him.
He did look like a grumpy old man.
The revolution had achieved a total victory. Ayatollah Khomeini was the country's new leader.
Our fist is now a machine gun.
This had been the Israeli mission in Tehran.
Dude, how does this random Iranian dude have a chrome-plated AK-47? That's crazy.
Responsible for the economic ties between the Iran of the Shah and Israel.
The revolutionaries immediately attacked the enemies identified by the new regime, with the Israeli diplomatic mission sacked and completely devastated. Its 33 members, the last Israelis still in Iran, needed to find a way out of the country.
Nobody went home. We moved into temporary addresses, with 5 or 6 of us in each apartment, and we stayed there for a week.
We all had guns, some had passports. We were getting ready to flee. At that time, it was hard. Very few people were able to venture out into the street.
A week later, it was finally time to leave.
They had to do a
traveled in
damn
small groups
operation.
to the Hilton Hotel in central Tehran, where a bus was waiting to take them to the airport, a distance of some 17 kilometers. 17 kilometers through a hotbed of revolution. Anything could happen.
Dude, I would just get on the bus and I would cover all the windows with pictures of the Ayatollah.
That's a good way to get out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go make a copy.
17 kilometers, 10 million Iranians on the other side of the road, all with tomatoes and eggs. In the bus, there was a driver and 2 Iranians with Kalashnikovs. Our bus moved on. They thought it was a revolutionary bus. Not an egg or tomato was thrown.
On reaching the airport, they could finally board the aircraft. Then, take off and deliverance.
Pan Am.
Perhaps.
We boarded the plane, the engine started, and it began to taxi. Then all of a sudden, it stopped. The doors opened, and those revolutionary bastards barged in again. I thought to myself, what is it this time? They wanted to carry out one final check. I don't know what for. Then they closed the door, and we took off.
Shit, they probably put a bomb on your plane. It does look kind of cool. Like, look at this architecture. You know?
Meanwhile, the Israelis' great enemy, Yasser Arafat, leader of the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, was arriving in Tehran. He was welcomed like a true head of state. Arafat had become leader of the PLO in 1969. Its stated ambition was to
Yasser Arafat. Leader of PLO. The Palestinian Liberation. Would they say the Palestinian Liberation Organization or Palestinian Liberation Organization or Operation? Organization? Palestinian Liberation Operation. Organization. Those revolutionary bastards!
create a Palestinian state, independent of its Arab backers. From his base in Lebanon, Arafat, alongside his Fedayeen, had been leading his fighters into guerrilla actions on the northern border with Israel. Now he had come to seek the support of Khomeini, a man he hoped could help Palestinians achieve their independence.
Definitely, it changed completely.
Look at this
the whole strategic
fucking weirdo
policy in this area.
In case of a war,
upside down completely.
So now Yasser Arafat,
By inviting Arafat,
Yasser Arafat and Khomeini are working together. That's the PLO.
To Tehran, Khomeini was sending a powerful message to the entire Muslim world. From now on, Iran would be supporting the Palestinian cause, regarding it as an existential struggle between Islam and the Christian imperialist West.
Islam versus the Christian imperialist West. That's what this is all about. Yeah, there's modern resources like, oh, we can't let them have nukes. Oh, we want the oil. But really, what this really comes down to is Muslims versus Christians. And that's what it's always been. And that's why it's a forever war.
Godfather of the Jewish state.
And before there were Christians and Muslims, it was Israel and the Amalekites. It was the people who follow God and the people who follow Satan. And Allah is Satan.
It must be acknowledged that for the West, Israel is a means of oppression in the Muslim world. Saying that they wanted to create a country for a people, the Jewish people, is nonsense. The West has propagated a lie in order to wield power throughout the whole region, knowing full well that we will never accept this country.
Khomeini then took a spectacular initiative. Instead of the Israeli diplomatic mission, there would now be the Palestinian embassy. It was quite a statement. With this gesture, the Ayatollah was severing all links with Israel, a state whose existence had no legitimacy for him. Any strategic alliance between Israel and Iran was now unquestionably a thing of the past. The United States recognized the young Islamic Republic. But in Washington, there was some concern about what kind of relations would be possible with Iran's new rulers.
Within the American government, there were differing opinions. Some thought that Khomeini was an extreme force, and it would be very difficult for us to deal with.
I think most people still thought
it wasn't that difficult
of Iran as a country that, we could continue to get along with. That even
Max Payne is $5.99 on Steam. Oh my God, I remember Max Payne 1. That was the first game, and I think it was actually what inspired that. I think, I could be wrong about this. Maybe I'm flipping them, but I'm pretty sure Max Payne was the origin of bullet time. And the Matrix movie took it from, they got that idea from Max Payne. But I could have them flipped. Maybe Matrix was first, and Max Payne was the first video game to use it. But Max Payne was the first video game to have bullet time, where you like jump in the air and it goes slow-mo and you're like doof, 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 and the bullets are like bullet time. Did I have that flipped? I might have that flipped. Max Payne 3, $6 on Steam. Is it any good?
Even though the Shah was gone, that we would maintain relations. We had our embassy there.
That's a good deal, and I would cop it, but I got too many games as it is that I haven't even, like, I have Monster Hunter Wilds, not even in it, like barely at all. I got freaking The Witcher 3. Played it for maybe 10 minutes. Cyberpunk. And I've got a little chunk of time in Cyberpunk. Still got 100% complete Resident Evil Requiem. Still haven't even beat Borderlands 4. Plus I have Crimson Desert, which I'll be playing for the next 6 years, trying to 100% complete it. So I don't know. I'm good on games, but I still haven't even beat Arkham Knight. What the heck?
Dude, I gotta look.
Then on November 4th, 1979, hundreds of Islamist students invaded the American
Literally same, dude, but good deal. Oh, you got too many games too? Yeah.
embassy, taking 52 diplomats hostage.
Dying Light 2. I haven't even beat Dying Light 2 yet, which is crazy because that's like my favorite.
Yeah, that's weird.
I haven't even played Beast yet. I haven't even played Dying Light Beast yet. I don't have enough time.
Khomeini was hesitant. Would he support these students and risk seriously jeopardizing relations with the United States? Would he support them to keep control of the movement?
وقتی که جوانهای پاسدارمون لانه جاسوسی را فتح کردند و جاسوسان جوانهایی که می‌خواستند که از
This guy is the charismatic leader. He sounds like he's about to die in 1980. How did he survive another 40 years? This is the same Ayatollah Khomeini, right? Or is there a newer Ayatollah Khomeini?
و خودشون برای خودشون کشورشون را اداره کنند.
When the hostage crisis occurred, it made clear, I think, that we were largely unprepared to deal with
this is the hostage. This is the hostage situation.
The nature of Iran.
U.S. Embassy hostage crisis. They took over a U.S. embassy and they took a bunch of hostages and they had them for years.
Yeah.
The fact that the anger that was there and
some hostages they had for so long, they died of
hostage
like
crisis,
starvation, and like all these bad things.
I think suddenly brought Iran to the top of
what year was
the
that?
concerns that we had about our situation in the world.
The last hostages were finally freed after 444 days. By providing support to the students, Khomeini was making his...
When did this happen? I missed it. The hostage crisis. U.S.
I was just looking too.
Hostage crisis. Iran. Iranian hostage crisis. Short story. 66 Americans.
Yeah, here it is. It's 1979 through 1981.
Oh, so this all
November
happens...
4th. Yeah, November 4th, 1979 through January 20th of 1981 was a 444-day standoff. Iranian militants seized the U.S. embassy in Tehran. Tehran. They took 52 Americans hostage to protest the U.S. allowing the disposed Shia into the country.
So
that's
they took
what's highlighted.
66 were taken hostage, 52 of them being held until 1981. U.S. embassy crisis. Ayatollah.
Yeah, the hostage crisis, November 4th, 1979 through January 20th. That was 1981. Key aspects of the crisis, the incident, motivations, how U.S. responded. President Carter bronze. He froze nearly $8 billion in Iran assets and broke diplomatic relations.
Stormed
Quite intriguing.
occupied the buildings in the months following the Iranian Revolution. Okay.
Case for Act 2 of the revolution, to consolidate the new regime. But his stance was also the main reason behind the rift between his country and the United States. A new Middle East was taking shape. Nothing would ever be the same again. Tehran's ambitions and interests were on a collision course with Washington and Tel Aviv.
Look, they're blurring out the flag burning.
Yeah.
The Great Clash was looming.
Probably because when it was still an act of treason.
Lebanon, 1982. Now we're going to talk about Lebanon. Here you go, Freddie. I got to go use the restroom real quick. Entertain the chat, Marshall.
Yippity doodah, how we doing, fellas? What's up, Jeremy? Hey, Freddie. Perfect timing. What are you doing?
I'm gonna take a smoke break already.
Yeah.
He just made me
already smoke breaking.
I was
say. Can you repeat that?
$25
Okay.
per chat an hour. I want to see the chat. I worked hard for my money.
There you go. Now I can hear you. I missed like the first half of what you were saying. Hey, excuse me, I'm eating something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I copy. So what's been going on, Freddie? I missed like all of what you said because you're cutting in and out. Sorry.
No, I said I was working. I could take my smoke break. 1 hour down, 25 out, $25 in my pocket. About to start my second $25 super chat.
Fucking A. Ready?
Yeah, I get my super chats out the mud.
Josh using the bathroom. They're on something now. The documentary is on something. Lebanon. 6/6, 1982.
Oh yeah.
What do you have to say about Lebanon in 1982, Freddie? JS was made it sound like you had something to say about that.
Lebanon in 1982.
Yes, sir.
Was hundreds of years older than Israel. Israel wasn't even 100 years old then. So why they got to fight with a country that's brand new is beyond me.
I think I follow.
Yeah, who put these kids on the bus? That's what they saying. Fuck these kids come from?
Yeah.
In our neighborhood, from the wrong side of every track we got.
All right. I see what you're saying.
So they like, look, y'all might be the hoe to a pimp over in America, but you ain't gonna pimp us.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's how it went. Don't that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in gangster terms, I understand.
I need to grab. I need to go through all my show plans for the past like 4 weeks and grab all the Iran stuff and put it into one folder.
What's that gonna do for you?
Just consolidates all of my research into one place.
I only go 4 weeks. You've been talking about Iran for years.
Well, just as far as this conflict. I know if I go through all my files, I have tons of stuff on Iran.
I think it's pertinent.
Well, that's why I'm just catching up.
They was doing before, and why Trump tore up the deal when his damn own people said that they wasn't past the enrichment point of having a nuclear weapon, but he ripped up the deal anyway. You need to go all the way back.
I'm going back to the 1950s.
Yeah, that's too far back. All you got to go far back
that's too far back.
When Obama put in place a peace deal where we can go in and they couldn't
JPCOA. I think that's what it's called. Hold on, I have it in my notes on my phone. And then Trump tore it up in 2019. I think it's called the JPCOA. JCPOA. The JCPOA is what Obama did, which was basically saying that they would stop their enrichment program, but we would have no
we would have people on the ground to go in and check for
their enrichment. Yep, we would have people go in and inspect their nuclear facilities, make sure that they weren't enriching past a certain percentage. But what was the other side of that deal? Yeah, that's something I got to look into. But I'm sure this documentary is going to get into it. But we're going to look into the JCPOA before the end of this stream. It's in my because when I'm listening to stuff at work all week, I've been listening to stuff. I put little quick notes in my phone while I'm at work, and then now what we're gonna do is we're gonna dig into some of these things. Like I need to look at the JCPOA. I need to.
You breaking in that car?
I want to look into what Easy was talking about last night.
Flight
to safety theory. Flight to safety theory.
Flight to safety? Yeah, tell me about that. I haven't heard of that.
Easy was talking about it last night, and it made sense.
Oh damn! I went to bed early, so I missed all of the birthday stream. I hope you had a good one.
The idea is if you disrupt the world's energy, that people are going to go to the safest bet, and so if everything
reasonable, rational,
if everything's going crazy, dollars are changing, oil prices are changing everywhere, then people are going to invest and seek shelter in the safest bet, and the safe that too.
The safest economy.
Which is actually a downside. But they're going to go to the safest economy, which is going to be America. And so... Who is it? It's not BRICS. BRICS isn't even established yet.
That's what it is, Freddie.
They have a Swift account, and they look up the Swift account that BRICS has, and they just opened it.
What is a Swift account? A Swiss account? Swiss?
Us being the safest country.
Hold on. Did you say Swiss? Did you say a Swiss? A Swift account?
Swift. Yeah, look it up.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you don't. Or you wouldn't be talking nonsense. Iran BRICS' Swift account.
Hold on. I have like 8 different things I'm supposed to be looking up right now.
Well,
flight to quality. Flight to quality or flight to safety is a financial market phenomenon occurring when investors sell what they perceive to be higher risk investments and purchase safer investments such as gold and government bonds. This is considered a sign of fear in the marketplace as investors seek less risk in exchange for lower profits. Flight to quality or flight to safety is usually accompanied by an increase in demand for assets that are government backed and a decline in demand for assets backed by private agents. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not gonna harp too much on that, but I might throw it in at some point because it does. Everybody knows war tends to boost our economy.
Right.
Let me see.
And like jobs and stuff, I guess. Yeah.
But that hasn't happened so far with Trump. Well, we're not actually at a war, but he thought it might happen. But it didn't happen because everybody hates Trump and it's backlash. It doesn't matter what he does. It's not going to work out right. War can provide a temporary short-term boost to a nation's economy by increasing government spending, reducing unemployment, and accelerating industrial production. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Often acting as a fiscal stimulus. However, the boost is often a sugar high that creates long-term costs, including high inflation, massive. And I think with Trump, we're going to see the opposite of that. We go to war.
I agree.
We go to war, we're going to see the economy dip because people freak out and but then in the
Stop
long
supporting
term,
America.
In the long term, I think it's going to benefit us. And that could be because we're not actually at war. This isn't a war.
I think that would benefit us to stay boots off the ground.
Yeah, I agree, but
right, but we're gonna back Trump what he picks to do.
Right. I'm gonna trust in my president that I made the right choice in who I voted for, and I'm gonna stand behind him in his decisions. Maybe in 10 years, we'll see, and I'll be like, yo, Trump was a fucking idiot, and he made a bunch of fucking mistakes, and he screwed us in the long run. But right now, when he's president and I voted for him, I gotta stand behind my guy. So, but we'll find out in 10 years.
The long game. Let's go.
I mean, I don't think the long game really is even a thing anymore in America because
technology or what?
Because of our two-party system and our pendulum, now I can't think of the word. Our window, the ovarian window. Why can't I think of the word right now? Anyway, the word's not in my head, but
it's okay.
Our
you got like
window,
100 things going on.
Our political spectrum shifts so rapidly every 4 to 8 years, and we go crazy one way and crazy the other way and crazy
the other.
We just go back and forth. Shit, what was the point I was making? What was I talking about?
I asked you.
Ovarian window. Guys, it's the ovarian window.
I asked you about Trump's long game, but yeah.
What's up, Mike?
In a way.
Mikey Balls. Mike, you going to DebateCon in Dallas? It'd be good. Overton. See, Carlos said it in the chat. Overton. I wasn't even looking at the chat.
Overton.
I got a raid? Who'd I get a raid from? We got a raid from Mikey Balls. Sterling Wheel. I hate when I do that shit. Hello from Insane Wheels rating. Hey. Shout out Mike Balls. Let's go.
Shout out.
Mikey Ball's birthday raid? No way. It's his birthday too. Is it really his birthday today? That means it's Abe, Easy, and
Crazy.
His birthday on the same day, or maybe Abe and Easy were the 9th and Mike is the 10th. But still, that's crazy.
Happy birthday to all
Hey,
of the
5
chat.
gifted memberships from Sterling Wheel. Let's go. It's going to, any second now, it's going to start. There it goes.
Kenny's like,
there's Kanye.
boom.
Boom.
Legend.
Boom. I was waiting for Kanye to say,
Bam.
la, la, la. Wait till I get my money right. Oh, spoiler alert. My money's been right for a long time. They were the 9th? They were the 9th. Oh, they were the 9th. Tomorrow is Mike's. Okay. Still, it's pretty close. Mike's birthday is tomorrow. Okay, okay. They're still pretty close. Yeah, happy early birthday. Happy late birthday to Easy. I was in his chat last night, and I never even said happy birthday. Wow. Wow. What a guy.
Wow.
What a piece of shit I am. But I told Abe happy birthday.
Bro. Come on.
I already knew Easy was having a happy birthday. He was drinking and getting paid. So, you know. Mike, are you going to...
He earned it.
Are you going to DebateCon? Mikey Balls. Insane Wheels. You going to DebateCon? Because we're going to DebateCon. Dude, it's crazy. I said, I hope they have the next one in Texas, like Austin or Dallas. Probably, I like Dallas. I said, I hope that they do the next one in Texas, Houston, Dallas. And specifically, I was like, Dallas would be the best. And then 2 weeks later, a month later, they're like, next DebateCon in Dallas. That's what I said.
Yeah, like you
I predicted
are responsible.
No, yeah, I didn't predict it. They saw my stream and they're like,
yeah, there you go. They're like, that's a good idea.
Yeah, they're like, this JS guy, he's got his finger on the pulse. Let's listen to what he says. Andrew lives in Texas. Joe Rogan lives in Texas.
You can keep on doing.
Steven Crowder lives in Texas. Let's do Texas.
What could be in Texas next?
It is in Texas next.
I know, that's the funny part.
That wasn't funny. I don't get it.
Yes, it was.
Unfortunately, I cannot make DebateCon on this round. I'm way too busy with the Senate campaign here. Nice. You're not running, right? You're supporting a candidate. Shoot, tell him to go to DebateCon. Tell him to campaign. Well, I guess Senate campaign run for I forget where Mike is, but yeah, it probably wouldn't help him in his campaign to go to Dallas, but maybe it would. Who knows? If he goes to Dallas, tell him to go to Dallas and campaign with the Crucible. Crucible will reach audiences, great audiences in
no kidding.
In whatever state you're in. I forget which state it is. As soon as you say what city or state it is, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I knew that. Alabama. I did not know. He from Alabama? Ninja.
He from Bama, like Yeller Wolf.
You out there in Bama? That's where JLP's from. Shout out JLP.
Oh yeah.
I grew up on a plantation.
Plantation
in Alabama, under the Jim Crow laws. All right. Let's play this. I want to find out about Lebanon in 82, and then we'll look into the JCPOA.
Okay.
Eventually.
Lebanon,
I was just grabbing stuff about this fight to quality stuff and a map. I was pulling up a map.
Here's a map. Here's a map. Okay, they launched a major invasion of Lebanon, known as Operation Peace of Galley.
Galley? Oh. Galley? I think I heard about this in one of the other videos I watched. G-A-L-Y?
G-A-L-I-L-E.
On this day,
Galilee.
nearly 90,000 Israeli soldiers, 1,300 tanks, and 15...
That's a biblical... That's Jesus of Galilee, right? Well, Jesus of Nazareth, but they also called him Jesus of Galilee, right? Who was Galilee?
Interesting.
That's a biblical
I don't know.
nation. Was it Jesus?
That sounds like something you should know.
I know it is something I should know. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it is Jesus of Galilee.
Aimed at destroying the
Jesus was from Galilee.
Palestinian, yeah.
That's his upbringing. Well, he was born. He was in Nazareth, but then his upbringing was in Galilee.
1,500 personal carriers invaded Lebanon, a country seemingly unconnected to the emerging confrontation between Iran, Israel, and the United States. Torn apart by civil war for many years, Lebanon had become a regional battleground. Syria occupied a part of the country to the east, but in the south especially, the PLO was all-powerful.
PLO,
the Palestinian organization
the
had
Palestinian Liberation.
Yep.
PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization.
Yep, and that's Yasser Arafat, who's working with, at this time, is working with Khomeini to basically end Christian Western imperialism. Israel, Jews, Christians, imperialist, Western ideology, they want to kill all that. They don't like that.
That's crazy.
And they're currently, Iran is at this time, Iran is full Islamic theocracy, anti-Western, anti-American Islamic theocracy. And they're working with the PLO and Yasser Arafat from Palestine. So Israel's beset on all sides by enemies. North, you got Lebanon. You got the PLO there. And then, well, I mean, they got the Red Sea to the left of them, but they got Iran. They got Pakistan right connected to them. I mean, not Pakistan, Palestine. Yeah.
Yeah, Palestine.
So... And they all hate America.
The area, its operational base for instigating deadly raids against Israel. On June 6, 1982, Tel Aviv launched Operation...
I'm from California. Yeah, you seem like you're from California. You don't seem like an Alabama boy. Bama balls.
She's talking about the invasion right now.
Yeah, when you say you're from Alabama, I'm like, he does not seem like an Alabama guy. I know Alabama guys. And I know California guys. Mike seems like a California guy. What?
So Israel just like, we're just going to invade Lebanon right here now. That's crazy.
Is that what's about to happen? Israel's Lebanon invasion. Yeah, I guess so.
She's saying, saying they're about to launch that major invasion of Lebanon.
Well, if there's one thing Israel's good at, it's conquering. It's conquering and getting conquered.
Yeah,
it's been doing that for a long time.
Very long time.
It's almost like it's an Old Testament of Israel that they that they just like to they get conquered and then they conquer and then they get conquered and then they conquer.
History repeats itself.
It's almost like they wrestle with God.
I wouldn't recommend that.
That's what Israel means in Hebrew. We who wrestle with God.
Oh,
yeah.
I should have fucking known that.
Yeah.
Ding.
Anyway,
thank you.
This.
Continue.
Peace for Galilee.
Or he who wrestles with God.
There you
The
go.
objective was
See?
spelled out
Wrestles with
loud and
God. That's what
clear
that means.
to purge southern Lebanon, seize control, and thus put an end to the guerrilla operations launched by Arafat's Fedayeen.
We came here to fight and destroy the terrorist organizations that have been killing and murdering our people for years and years. That is our goal here.
Ariel Sharon, recently appointed Minister of Defense, was leading the offensive.
When you look at like Israeli people and how Israel acts today, the nation of Israel, and then you read the Old Testament, it all makes sense. Like none of this
does it add up?
Yeah, it's been happening since the beginning of time. Like
Right. Since they started talking, like before they were writing, right?
and people people like Dave Smith are saying Israel is a terrorist. And then he said that America is the greatest terrorist nation because of how many innocent people we've killed throughout history and stuff. And it's like, shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Shut up. Get the fuck out of here. That's stupid. No.
I agree. We're not terrorists. We don't bomb planes.
Yeah, killing.
Wait,
well, I'm sure we
I guess in
probably
a way. Yeah, now I think I got to step that one back.
But there's a difference between just war and a righteous war and doing what's right. And sometimes people get killed. And sometimes that's on order from God. They may not know it. Maybe they don't even know it. But, well, I believe everything's on order from God. But when I see these old Israeli guys, they're like, we're going to kill the terrorists who have been killing us for years. I'm like, I get it. That's biblical. Based. I'm with it. Like, do it.
I follow. Go for it. I'll watch from afar.
And I think but then the reason how I can say I don't think America should be helping them, what I actually think America should do, and what maybe we have done kind of in a way
secretly,
is take over Israel. We run Israel, and we kind of have done that already, because I say Trump
I would hope it's not the other way around. Yeah.
If people think that like I have a flag, it says Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president, and they're like, you worship Trump, you think he's Jesus, you think he's God, blah blah blah. No. Trump is
back up.
Trump is Nebuchadnezzar. If I'm gonna give Trump a Bible character, Trump is Nebuchadnezzar. America is Babylon. Israel needs to be taken over right now. And
so what you're saying is
eventually we'll fall too. Like, so.
Yeah. Wait, also what you're saying is get up right off my back about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. If I wanted to compare Trump to a Bible character, he's Nebuchadnezzar for sure.
Nebuchadnezzar?
Yeah. That's the guy we've been reading about. They've been prophesizing about that he's gonna come and take over Israel.
You think Trump's like him? Okay.
Yeah. Crazy. America's the new Babylon.
I mean, that guy's kind of base, so I'm okay with that.
And Babylon falls. And Nebuchadnezzar is chosen by God and used by God, but he's also not a great guy. Like God says, he did wicked in the eyes of the Lord, but
that's a pretty good match. All right.
Yeah. Like Trump's not a great guy, but
you're right.
He's being wielded like a sword of God.
All right.
And
I dig it, Jess.
But by the end, Babylon does end up falling eventually. And so America will fall too eventually. I don't know when it'll happen, but
hopefully not in my lifetime, but yeah.
Well, I'm thinking next time that happens is going to be the last time that happens. I think the cycle's going to end.
You really think so? That'll be D-Day or whatever, or like Fallout.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pick a time or a date, and I don't like fear mongering about the apocalypse or anything. But
Me neither.
I also don't believe that this is gonna last forever. I think the world's gonna end, and it's gonna be biblical, and it's gonna be like it said like the Bible said it would happen. It's gonna happen, and hope you know Jesus.
Getting there.
When America falls, it's over. Because America only falls if some sort of nuclear winter or crazy, a meteor hits us, a solar flare from the sun destroys a third of the earth.
Internet blackout, that would destroy America pretty quick.
Or I don't know, the depths of hell open up and pits start opening up and dragons and leviathans and giants and like demons start flying out of them and killing everybody. That could happen.
Oh man, guns don't work on that shit. I don't think. I don't know what the PPs don't work there. I don't know what I'd be shitting my. Why not buy all this ammo? This isn't working. No, sorry.
All right, let's see Israel conquering Lebanon or whatever happens here.
In the eyes of his fellow countrymen, Sharon was a hero, a man who had been at the forefront of every military victory Israel had won since its inception in 1948.
Once we finish it,
I thought it was 47.
we'll move immediately back. We don't have any interest whatsoever to stay here, not our country. We don't need even 1 square inch of this country.
It was all about pushing back the terrorists, mainly members of the PLO. They had to be forced back beyond a line that would keep Israel safe from their fire. Rumor had it that they had a Long Tom long-range cannon, which had a range of 40 kilometers, so they had to be driven back 40 kilometers or more from the border. That was the plan, no more, no less.
Within a week, Sharon had far exceeded the initial objectives as his army made dazzling advances.
The operation turned into something much bigger. Sharon kept advancing further and further north until he got within striking distance of Beirut.
Tehran looked on, stupefied.
Dude, I would love to be a...
Tehran looked on. What?
I'd love to be a wartime journalist or photographer or just like... that's why I like...
Dude.
I got a lot of respect for Dylan Burns, even though I don't agree with his worldview at all. And I want to debate him one day. But I respect... He went to Ukraine when the war started.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
To do, like, as a journalist, like, as press.
That's put on the ground recording and stuff, yeah.
The guys that are, as these families are running away with their kids and bombs are dropping, the guys that are just standing there or running towards it and just recording.
Yeah.
Ah, man, I would love to be that guy. And I would do interviews.
No, I've seen
too.
you do it. I heard gunshots during one of your live streams. And you're like, what was that? I'm going to go towards the violence.
Well,
I'm like, dude, you're not. That's where the action's at. Yeah, you were right. I was like, yes, don't die. Anyways.
Yeah, then I showed a dead body on my live stream on accident.
Whoops.
Whoops. Just for a second. That's not funny all the way. By the way, it's sad.
No.
But
yeah. People shouldn't die, like, and especially during like a protest. That's crazy. Yeah, okay. Lebanon.
Technically, he might have been still alive but at the time. But anyway, I didn't know. I was just cameraing it around, and then I see an ambulance with people surrounding somebody laying on the ground, and I like, what's that? Let's go look at that. Whoopsie.
Anyway. With Israeli troops advancing towards the Lebanese capital, the balance of power in the Middle East was radically shifting. For Khomeini, it was unthinkable, but how should he react?
He always looks angry.
third attempt.
Engaged in an all-out war against Iraq after the attack launched by Saddam Hussein 2 years previously, in September of 1980,
So
the
that's
young
what
Islamic
triggered
Republic
it?
would be forced
Or-
to...
Now, I don't know if I want to be in this shit. I don't know if I want
No
to be in that.
way, you're crazy filming that. Yeah.
I'll just give the soldiers some GoPros and be like, bring them back. If you make it.
fight for its survival for 8 long years in what became known
Give us
as
some
the
body
Iran-Iraq War. At this
Okay,
stage, the
Iran-Iraq
Iranian
War.
leader did not have the resources to open another front against Israel in Lebanon.
Khomeini issued a statement justifying this decision, saying the road to Quds, which is Jerusalem, goes through Karbala, which was a religious way of expressing a deeply strategic decision, meaning first things first. The aspiration for Iran to play some role in the liberation of Jerusalem comes after Iran has managed to defeat Saddam Hussein.
I didn't catch that.
Jerusalem
Saddam
comes
Hussein?
After Iran has managed to defeat Saddam Hussein.
Saddam. I think he
Yeah,
said
crazy.
Saddam Hussein. Iran defeats Saddam Hussein. That
In
was a picture
Beirut,
of...
heavy shelling was now falling on the west
Right.
of the capital, where Arafat and most of his troops had taken refuge.
Here we go.
This is so much information to cram in my head, like 50 years.
It
of
really
history,
is a
and
lot.
I didn't have a lot of time to prep for this, or I would have been learning about this over like 2-week period. But instead, we got like 4
this
days.
is a couple week. This is a good couple week study. You're correct.
But I don't know how much of this I'm gonna need to know.
Well, it's still good to have.
Yeah, it's just good information to have, and then for future debates, I can always flip to this page in my notebook, and I have
Yeah.
all this stuff written down, and I can pop it back into my memory.
It even help other people prep.
Yep.
Part of the city was razed to the ground. Thousands were dead, mostly civilians.
Damn, that's a big ass war.
On August 21st, 1982, the Israeli siege ended.
I'm 58, and I remember this vividly. I'm 38, and I don't know nothing about this. No, I know a little bit. Just things I've heard here and there, but yeah, history is my weakest place. In geopolitics, history and geopolitics is probably my weakest area. But supporting Trump is my number one area, so we're learning the geopolitics.
Yasser Arafat paid a final visit to his West Beirut headquarters.
Defeated, Arafat departed Lebanon and went into exile in Tunisia with 10,000 of his fedayeen.
Hold on, what?
Defeated, Arafat departed Lebanon and went into exile in Tunisia with 10,000 of his fedayeen.
Why was he in Lebanon and not in Palestine? Or I guess he moved to Lebanon, and then they beat him and they chased him out. They didn't kill him, but then he goes to
the initial
Tunisia.
advance. Israel forces moved quickly through the areas patrolled by UNIFIL forces. Okay. What's UNFIL? Oh, okay, never mind. Heading towards.
That's Israel's. No, they're the ICF.
UNIFL. I was just curious who that was. It's not giving me the acronym.
I don't know. History is great.
Yeah.
I appreciate you
I'll find
playing
it.
this. No problem, man.
I'll find it.
I'm debating on Tuesday. Basically, I'm arguing on Trump's side with the Iran stuff that's going on. And I'm even gonna say this in the debate. I'll make it a contentious debate, but I even told Easy when he asked me, I was like, I really don't support. I'm not a war guy. I don't like war. I did vote for Trump because he said he didn't get us in wars in his first term. new wars, and he ended wars, and he's a peacetime president. And in this second term, we're not seeing as much as that. But what we did, no, he did end wars, and also Vigilante might say that's bullshit. No, he helped end wars, 8 different conflicts. He is being a peacetime president, but he's also got a short period of time left. And what's likely is we're going to get a Democrat president for the next 8 years after Trump, guys. So, and it could very likely be somebody like Gavin Newsom or AOC. It could be a radical leftist.
It better not be Newsom. Please no.
So he needs to take radical action very quickly and move. If he would have had 8 years continuously to stabilize America, he could have done it slowly and worked out a plan, and it would have been totally different. But that split, and then Joe Biden for 4 years, and then he can only do so much. So he's got to do what he's got to do as quick as he can do it. And
what's going to be the most impactful and quickly? Yeah.
Right. And I think a lot of it is going to it might look bad. It'll look bad. It'll like
it's easy to make just about any. You can make it like saving a kitten look bad. Okay, these people today, it's crazy.
And they will with Trump. They'll say he raped the kitten.
Right. Exactly.
After
he touched it in the wrong places. After he saved it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the UNIFIL is United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. Okay. I found it. Yeah, their role during June 1982 invasion, what we're talking about, it said the mandate was severely tested.
But they didn't kill. Role? So, okay. I mean, it seems like a pretty reasonable thing that they did. They just ran back the terrorists. They didn't even kill their leader. They just chased him away. He's probably going to go into hiding and come back later stronger.
Yeah, since they could not prevent the military advance, UNIFIL's focus shifted to providing humanitarian assistance and medical support to civilians behind Israel lines.
Yeah, and now that whole agency is just a giant fraud corporation. Right. Okay. I get it.
Yep.
All right, let's play this.
They would soon be replaced by a multinational force composed mainly of American and French troops, assigned with ensuring the safety of the Lebanese capital. For Sharon and Prime Minister Menachem Begin, the Palestinian question was settled. They could now proceed with their secret objective of transforming Lebanon. The multi-faith country would become a Christian state.
Hey, Raiders, real quick grift. I should have done it when we were peaking. People are slowly falling off. I should have done it as soon as you got here. But if you guys could hit that like button and throw me a sub, man. It's free. If you like Mikey, if you like Abe, whoever got raided over here, if you don't know me, if you like them, you like me. I'm a nice guy.
Jess is cool, dude. I subscribe to him. Yeah, I agree. You guys should subscribe to Jess. He's if you like those guys, you might like Jess too. Check them out.
Sub up because we're trying to get to 6K, and over the past week, I've lost 6 subs. We've got to 9,451, and now it's back to 9,450. Or no, 45.
Yeah.
Anyway, it went from 9.45 to 9.44 over the last week. We're losing people. I don't know what's happening. I think it's the shorts. You make a short, it pops off, people like it, they subscribe to you, and then you make a different short that's something different that I'm interested in, and that pops up on their feed, and they're like, I don't want this in my feed. Who's this? I'm subscribing from this guy. I think that's.
I just don't pay attention to shorts, but yeah, that could happen.
No, I've had people tell me that. I've had people tell me I'm subscribed to you, but I don't like the shorts you do popping up in my feed all the time. I don't care about politics like that. I just like hanging out with you and talking about camping or fishing or whatever, hanging out and drinking and watching fights. And then you make all these like political clips of Trump and stuff, and it keeps popping up in my shorts feed. So they unsub. And I'm like, what? Why are you question?
Just skip past it. Hit a like and just skip past it.
First question, why are you even watching shorts like that you like pay attention?
That's what I wanted to bring up. Why are you watching shorts?
Like, you're frying your brain, dude.
I was letting you finish.
I've never subscribed to a channel based off of a short. I've liked shorts so that they stay in my liked thing so I can find them for the show later and play them. But I usually don't subscribe to people off shorts. I guess now
if that's if you're my friend and that's all you post, I guess I'm kind of like I feel like mandated to go to your thing and do that. Give you that support again. At least
now they do streaming
like for hours
through the shorts feed. So like vertical streaming. But
I don't know if I like that yet. I haven't tried it enough. That feature.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate that everything's always changing. I hate change. You know?
I agree.
It took me like I was way late to even Facebook. I was sticking with MySpace. I was ride or die with MySpace.
Let's go fuck your Facebook, MySpace.
You gotta make a Facebook, man. You gotta make a Facebook. And then I finally made a Facebook, and I was so late to Facebook. I was late to everything. I was late to making videos on YouTube, but I wasn't late to watching YouTube. Actually, that's not true. I had a YouTube channel. I've had 3 YouTube channels. I had a YouTube channel like 20 years ago.
Wow. Pick that up someday.
I don't even know where I would find that one. I know where one is, my one that I made about 15 years ago. I know where that one is, but there's another one I had when it was brand new, and I don't think that exists anymore. I don't know what it was.
Deleted that folder. All right, let's go Lebanon.
Lebanon.
Led by the Maronite minority. This new Lebanon would be a powerful state and above all, an ally. But their plans would unknowingly awaken another Lebanese community, the largest in the country, the Shiite community.
The Shiites at one time lived quietly in the south of Lebanon. They became politicized when their Palestinian neighbors attacked Israel and the Israelis bombed them in return.
Settled mainly in the east and in the south of Lebanon, the Shiites had suffered directly from the invasion and Israeli occupation. Some resolved to take up arms and resist.
في قناعتي سنة 1982.
It was my belief in 19...
It's crazy now there's cameras everywhere, but back then there weren't cameras everywhere, so everybody's eyes who are looking up, you see their eyes go into the camera. They're like, fucking, why is this camera watching us?
Yeah.
Why is this camera watching us? They're all looking at the camera. Yo, sir, check your DMs on Discord. Okay, let me make sure Discord's not showing on the screen.
It's not.
You want me to answer this right now? Yeah, I watched one of those with what I watch. I watched the one with the mask girl. No, whatever. Not whatever. Definitely not whatever. And she didn't say like a word the whole time. It's basically like you and Abe debating, or you and Mo debating, and Abe listening and moderating, and she just didn't say a word the whole time. At least until I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched a good like hour of it, and she didn't say a word. Just making you aware, no rush. Yeah, I'll do it. I don't know what the time periods are. I don't know if you know my schedule. I'm available weekdays. I don't know if you know I'm available Tuesday through Friday. No, Tuesday through Thursday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 6 to 9 Eastern time. So that's a 3-hour block on the weekdays. Friday and Saturday, I do VK, but I could skip a VK for something else if it was a Friday. Saturday, as long as it's not interfering with a UFC pay-per-view, then anytime on Saturday. But yeah, I would do that. And then morning time, I could do like 2 hours in the morning. If I don't know when you guys do them, but anyway, I'm gonna play this.
That'd be cool.
82 that is.
I didn't even say what he asked me, but I don't know if he wants me to say. He just asked me if I wanted to come on a thing sometime.
Yeah. I'd wait for confirmation. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go get it. Do it.
Can I read this? Or... Oh, dude, the most famous parts are her versus Mo. Can I, is it okay if I answer this right now? Or you don't want me to say the prompt, probably? Oh, my God. You guys want to do that one? Oh, my God. You don't, oh, my God. You guys don't get it. You just don't get it, okay? Holy
What's
shit.
wrong?
The prompt that they want to do.
Don't tell me.
So what you're saying is you want me, you want a 3-verse-1 debate against me on this topic. We could do that. We could run it. Let's get it. Because that's what it's going to be. I already know where all three of you stand on the topic. So I know it's 3-verse-1 on me on this topic.
Is it free will?
No. I probably wouldn't do it if it was free will. I'd be like, nah.
I know.
I'll do this one, but they don't get that it's not going to be as funny as it's supposed to be. No, I'm not saying 3-verse-1, but it would be a 3-verse-1. Abe is the moderator. Abe is the moderator, so it's a 2-verse-1. I'm not gonna say that. You can't do this to me when I'm streaming, because I have a big mouth. I'm gonna end up saying what you sent me. Let's just say it's not the first debate I ever did. It's the second debate I ever did.
It's the second?
Yeah. This is one of my best topics. Okay, you don't even understand.
Oh, you building pyramids?
Yes, no, I'm kidding. It's not dinosaurs pyramids.
That wasn't your second. I don't know what your second debate is. Damn, JS lore. I need to do some more research. This Lebanon shit's getting me fucked up here.
Mo's come on here a bunch of times and talked about doing this, and I've explained to him, I'm like, dude, it's supposed to be. I mean, I do believe it. I still believe it. I'd 100% believe it. So I will debate it with him if he wants to. But it's something you say to trigger people. And it works best when it's like black people. So
welcome re-examination.
Hey, you can say no if you want.
I'll say yes. No, I'll say yes, but I'll do it.
I don't think it's gonna, dude. If you only watched a portion of the first debate, because the most famous parts are Def Not versus Mo by far. Nobody clips the parts between me and Mo. Everybody clips the parts between Mo and Def Not.
I was just watching it. I was listening to it. I listened for like an hour, and she wasn't saying anything. So maybe she talks more later. But
oh, she does. Yeah, it's a 3-hour video, dude. And there comes a point where Mo and I take a break.
I watched like an hour, maybe an hour 20 of it.
But everybody gets an exchange. It's like 2-way exchanges, but you get 3 different perspectives. And it's like there's a no position, there's a yes position, there's a no yes variety position. Potentially in the future, there could be one where one is there are 2 yes no positions where the yeses and nos are flipped between 2 different people. But in the meantime, I just think it's a fun thing to do.
Are you Oh, I didn't even read this all the way. Okay, so What? Can I say this? Can I say what you sent me?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't see why
I've
not.
already gave enough spoilers and hints at it.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, it's not
Let's
official.
go.
It's racism debate. Does racism exist? You say you're yes to racism, no to race.
Correct.
How can racism exist? I don't want to get into it now with you, but
we're not going to get into it now.
Yeah. But Mo is yes to racism. I'm okay. I'm not no. I'm no racism, yes race, which is the opposite of you.
Wait, so you're Mo? No, you're not Mo.
No. Mo is yes to both. You're yes, no. I'm no yes.
You believe? Hold on.
There are races. There are different races.
Interesting. So it wouldn't be. Yeah. So you and Mo would be on the same side versus me.
No, it would be all three of us are different. Me and Mo would agree on race, and we would argue with you on race.
Interesting.
But then me and you would agree on racism, and we would argue with Mo on racism.
Yeah, it's a three-way sort of thing. That's how it flips. Because they're the yes no.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a race realist. One of the reasons I say this is because if I don't say that racism doesn't exist, I'll be the most racist person you've ever met.
So, the shoe fits.
Like there is
the hood
race.
Fits,
There is I'm a bit of a race realist. Like I observe IQ differences and behavioral differences.
Yeah, I know you've said some stuff like this in the past, but anyway, the point I was trying to make is I thought it would be
doesn't exist. There's no such thing as racism.
So I thought it would be an interesting Foursquare format debate. Mo and I have already been up there, and we thought that I don't know. I just thought it was a spicy debate, spicy position. It'd be interesting, and we're all in good faith.
I probably have said race doesn't exist before.
I think you did because it wasn't. I was gonna say because in the after chat of your debate with Marte, your position was define race for me. If you can't define race for me, then I don't believe race exists. That was your thing.
Yeah, I could be no. I could do no if you want, but
whatever your most comfortable position to argue is. But I just know that you are different than me, and you're different than Mo, and Mo and I are different from each other.
Yeah,
and then Abe is down.
I like that contrast. That's going to be really cool, man.
I could actually say no, because really, that I do. Yeah, race is kind of a I could be no.
That was fast.
Be no.
I just converted a race realist into a no. That's amazing. Amazing.
Taste.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not a race realist because I believe racism doesn't exist.
You didn't even have to do the debate. Holy shit.
Rational discussion is underrated. Debates are just WWE, but rational discussion's where it's at.
Yeah, 100%. I'm 100% racism. No, it doesn't exist. Race, if he says something like, well, it would depend on how you define race, and if I want to, I could say race does exist.
We'll have 5-minute openers. We each get 5-minute openers. Keeps it brief but punchy, so we can be clear, uninterrupted, and then we just go forward, and then we just have a good faith, good fun slugfest.
Yeah, I'll be no. I'll do no.
Sweet. All right, I'm gonna report that back to Abe. I'm gonna let you back to your show. Thank you so much.
When does it happen?
Oh, we'll all discuss that. We'll discuss that in convenience. You give me a slate of times. I'll ask Mo for a slate of times. I'll ask Abe for a slate of times. Last time it happened late on a Friday, just because that's how it worked for everybody. But your schedule's probably more open than Def Knots, so it could be. All I know is I can do like a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Friday, like Saturday during the day. Potentially late night Saturday, or Friday, but I'd really rather not do that. Because I'm not a vampire like most streamers. Most streamers are just like creatures of the night.
Yeah, I prefer
I'd appreciate a day stream.
6 to 9 Eastern time, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
Okay, I will pitch that to Eastern time. Yeah, I think Mo is Eastern, and then Abe is Mountain time. So
Mountain time. I'm in Mountain time too. So my Mountain time, it's
you'd be 4 to.
Did I say?
You said 6 to 9, so then that would be 4 to 7 your time. 6 to 9
right?
Eastern is 4 to 7 your time.
5. No. Mountain time. What the fuck? Why can't I?
You're in Colorado. Did you ever meet up with Jim Bob? Because he's in Colorado.
No. I've met him.
Dude, oh my
I met
gosh.
him at DebateCon. But okay, 6 to 9 Mountain time. That's where I'm getting mixed up. It's 6 to 9 Mountain time would be optimal for me. I don't know
So then
why
6 to 9 Mountain time would be 8 to 11 Eastern.
Yeah.
Okay. I will pitch that 8 to 11 Eastern on what day?
Or Friday or Saturday, pretty much any time, as long as there's not a UFC pay-per-view or yeah, I could, if you want to do it on Friday, I could skip VK and do it.
Yeah.
Usually I just go on VK on Friday and then.
Okay, so any weekday or even a Friday. So I'm gonna tell them 8 to 11 Eastern on a weekday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
I can definitely do Tuesday and Wednesday.
Not Monday.
So yeah. So I'm gonna put in 8 to 11 Eastern, Tuesday or Wed sometime, and then we'll work out the exact day. And I'm going to pitch that to Mo. I just pitched it to Mo. And then I'm gonna throw it to Abe. All right, so then 8 to 11 Eastern will be 7 to 10 for me in Central. Sweet. Didn't mean to turn this into a preview or an interruption. I just wanted to pass that along in chat. So I appreciate your graciousness on that.
That's fine. It helps promote it. So to do it here.
Indeed.
So.
Pay-per-view. Well, it shouldn't be a pay-per-view. It's free for free for viewers, but it'd be
yeah,
cage match run by Mr. President himself.
People love the race topic. That's one of my favorite. I'm a black person expert.
Freddie would argue you aren't.
It's just so much funner to have to. It's so funny when you go on like mostly black panels or talk to people like Freddie and Jalen, and you're just like, racism isn't real. It doesn't exist. And it triggers, and I do believe it. So I'm sincere, but it also like just makes them rage.
It is very
so funny.
It is very triggering. Yeah.
It's rage bait. It's yeah. But
you're just trolling.
Yeah.
See him trolling.
It is a troll, but it's a troll I believe. Like,
Right.
Sometimes trolling doesn't mean unsincere. Like if I go to an abortion protest and I'm like, no more dead babies, you dirty whores can't kill your babies anymore. I'm trolling.
Hearts and minds, ladies and gentlemen. Urban Adventures.
I'm trolling, but I also believe in what I'm saying.
So there's a radio talk show host called Chris Plant, and what he said that you could do is you could take a cage of like robotic baby seals that are just animated and rolling around, and then you put blood capsules inside of them, and you can take a bat and then they just whack the animatronic baby seals right in front of the clinic.
What?
Oh,
damn.
And then people will think, there's some kind of clash of ironies here. I love baby seals, but I hate my baby.
Yep.
Anywho, awesome JS. I will sign off. Continue with your wonderful show.
Thank you. All right, let's play this.
That's cool, dude. Let's go back to Lebanon. Right on, JS.
Israel wasn't
Good for you, man.
Mo's been like dying to get me in this racism debate.
You're gonna wreck it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And I supported the Palestinian cause. I considered myself to be on their side.
It's funny because the same argument he uses for why the same argument he uses for why empathy doesn't exist, and why, what was the other one he said the other day? He's done this twice now, where he'll make this argument for why this thing doesn't exist and this thing doesn't exist. And I'm like, that's the exact same argument I use for racism. It's like empathy is just a word. They use these words to control people. It's not really a thing. It's just gobbledygook, blah, blah, blah. He did it with empathy, and he did it with another topic they were talking about. I can't remember. He's like, yeah, that doesn't exist. That's not a thing. Here's why, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't make sense. It's not, it's arbitrary. There's no objective metric for it. It's just made up language and words that people use. And rights is another one. That's not the one I'm thinking of, but rights is one of them. I've said
Rights don't
before,
exist.
anybody who says, oh, my camera's following me now. Anybody who says rights don't exist, the same arguments they use for why rights don't exist sometimes. No, there was a different one, but yeah, like that's the same argument I use for racism.
Naim Qasim was then 29 years old, a chemistry teacher in Beirut. He was leader of the Union of Islamist Educational Associations, a Shiite organization.
For us, the
thinking of Imam Khomeini chimed perfectly with our deep beliefs. So we got together with some other Islamist groups and came to an agreement. We went to Iran to proclaim our willingness to...
This is serious. I said, should be laughing. This is serious stuff.
I was laughing because Karen said I should show up as Juicy.
Me too. I had to mute myself. I read
no,
that too.
Juicy definitely believes in racism. I try to talk to him about it all the time, and he gets pissed. He starts yelling at me.
Yeah, you tell him the same thing you tell Freddie, and
he's like, "You owe us reparations, white man. I'm taking reparations, nephew." And I'm like, "Calm down, Juicy. Racism's not real. You're not oppressed." He gets.
It's like telling. Okay, I'm sorry.
Dude, I still have to. Oh my god, it's on my list of things to do to make a video where it's either me and Juicy sitting here having a conversation, or Jason and Juicy sitting having a conversation. I know how to do it. I can do it. It's doable. Okay, I can bring a chair in here, get the lighting right, and I can do
all
it.
Three of you? That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy hard. That'd be next level.
It's possible, but
that'd be hard. That's a lot to ask.
Yeah, that's a little high production.
Yeah, I would. But if you want to vote, I would go. Yeah, that's a whole clusterfuck. I don't even.
I mean, I could make a skit. It'd be so much easier to just make a skit where it's like back and forth talking to each other. But my idea is I want to have us both on the camera sitting at the same time.
Like talking back and forth. So I would vote Juicy and fucking
Juicy
Starfire.
and Jason.
Jason Starfire, yeah.
I already have so many funny ideas. I just need to I have to write it out like a script because I have to have timed breaks, and then I have to know what the other person is gonna say. So I have to say it and then wait, and in my head be saying what they're saying, and then respond, and then in my head, and then respond, and then I have to go and I have to record the other person and line up the timings. You know what I would do?
Yeah, you're gonna need a stopwatch or something.
No, I would play the footage from the first recording on an earpiece in my ear, and then I would just respond to it like I was talking to myself. And then,
dude, fuck yeah.
And then have a cut and mesh the two together and line it up right.
Okay. Dude. That's gonna be so fucking fun.
All right.
Let's go.
I'm gonna play this and run.
Pledge allegiance to Imam Khomeini, allowing him to be our guide and respect his authority. And he gave us his blessing.
Khomeini welcomed the offer of their service. It would allow him to get closer to the Jewish state and to better fight it through these new allies. It was an obvious union, given his old and deep ties with the Lebanese Shiites.
Many of the leaders of the revolution in Iran, who became at top positions after the victory of revolution, they had very good background in Lebanon before revolution, good connection with Shia people in Lebanon. You know, Shiism in south of Lebanon is older than Shiism in Iran.
In the summer of 1982, Lebanese Shia leaders gathered in the city of Baalbek in the Bekaa Plain, located in the east of the country, to set up a new organization to fight Israel with the backing of Khomeini. It called itself the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon. It officially took the name Hezbollah 3 years later in 1985. Initially, though, its goals were mostly operational and secret.
That's the opposite of what you were talking about, the UNIFL or whatever.
At the outset, our resistance movement had to remain underground in order to be effective and grow. So, confidentiality was the rule. We had to act secretly so that we could exist politically later on. It was the only way to protect ourselves and give us a chance to expand.
Hezbollah's initial objectives were military. It was not only about offering armed resistance against the Israelis, rather to end the occupation by any means necessary and drive them out of Lebanon.
Shiite is the second Shiite. Okay. The rise of the Shiites. Those are the Shia Muslims. Okay. Shia Islam. Shiites. Is that the right thing? Second largest branch of Islam. 10 to 15% of Muslims worldwide. 632 AD, they believe leadership belongs to Prophet Muhammad's family, specifically his son-in-law, rather than elected caliphs. Major branches include Twelvers, Zaydis, and Ismailis, with significant populations in Iran, Iraq, and Bahrain. Bahrain is one of our allies.
Bahrain? Yeah.
To help the new organization, Iran sent a few hundred Revolutionary Guards to the Bekaa during the summer of 1982. These men were part of the elite body created at the birth of the Islamic Republic and charged with its defense. Reporting directly to the supreme leader, they formed the regime's Praetorian Guard.
We, the Lebanese or the Palestinians, did not ask Iran, either the Revolutionary Guard or anyone else, to fight Israel in our place. We were asking for help, that's all. Because at the time, the liberating forces fighting Israel had no support.
While these elite soldiers did not actually fight, they supplied weapons, money, and know-how. Their presence also implicated another country whose army had a presence in this part of Lebanon, Syria. To reach the Bekaa, the men thus benefited from the help of dictator Hafez al-Assad, another fervent opponent of the State of Israel. By sending his Pasdaran, Khomeini was establishing what would prove to be a strategic alliance for many decades to come, the partnership with Syria.
They began organizing the Hezbollah. They began organizing an alliance with
Hezbollah, Houthis,
Assad. They began selling, giving away oil to Assad to buy a relationship with Assad because they began to think about what they call their strategic depth. They wanted to have tools at their disposal to threaten Israel with, which meant threaten the United States with, and say, if you hit us, we can hit you back. And then by creating the Hezbollah, they hit both the Israelis and the United States in Lebanon.
I don't know if they knew from the outset that this would become their most successful venture. But I think these were the objectives that were there from the beginning. From the very beginning, I think the objective has not been to permanently have Hezbollah as a sub-state actor, but in fact, help them transition to become a political party and become a dominant, but nevertheless a Lebanese force.
They have, effectively.
What took root in the
Hezbollah's gotten to where people are wearing waving Hezbollah flags and wearing Hezbollah garb in America now.
Yeah, that's
confines of the Bekaa Plain was a veritable system of alliances.
Very.
A system set up by Iran with the help of Syria. A system that created an unknown political entity, Hezbollah. A system which would later give rise to the powerful Iran-Syria-Hezbollah axis in the Middle East.
Weird. Hold on. Hezbollah, Iran, Syria, Hezbollah, axis.
Yeah, that's a good note.
But for the moment, nobody was aware of the emergence of this system, least of all the Americans and Israelis.
They've got the secret operation.
At first, the alliance consisted of the Assad-led Ba'athist Syria and Lebanese Hezbollah. Years later, Iran, already closely aligned with Syria and Hezbollah, would form stronger relations between the three, creating the axis of resistance. Libyan daily newspaper. Iran, Ba'athist Iran, and North Korea formed an axis of evil. This is much later. This is unrelated. The axis of resistance. Iranian-led axis of resistance. Hezbollah, Iran, and Syria. Versus who? Israel, America. But really, what are they against? Jews and Christians.
Yeah.
That's really what it breaks down to.
It's still breaks down to a religious, like sacraments and stuff. Yeah. I'm like, boy.
Deir Kanam, 11/11/1982. What the heck does that mean? Deir Konan. Deir Kanun. Deir Kanun.
Deir Kanun, southern Lebanon, about 10 kilometers from the Israeli border. At around 6:30 a.m., a white Peugeot stuffed with explosives leaves the village, heading towards Tyre, the largest town in the region. At the wheel is a young 18-year-old resistance fighter and member of Hezbollah. His name is Ahmad Kassir.
Guys, if you want to make me go, we're going till 1 p.m. We got 2 hours left. We were going to stop at noon, but we're going to 1 because we hit the first goal. We're pretty far from the next goal, and we've only got 1 hour. Oh, and it ends in 25 minutes. Whatever. I'll just restart the goal at 10. The timer's not right. Goal's not supposed to be over yet. Oh, yeah, it is. Because anyway, I'll fix the goal. But we can have 1 more hour if we hit 15 $5 super chats over the next 2 hours. So you can add 1 more hour to the show. stop me from sleeping, pissing me off. But we got 20 people watching, only 17 likes. Hit the like button. All right.
Let's go.
Maher Ahmad Kassir kept a low profile from a young age, but he was always virtuous and could never keep silent or compromise in the face of injustice. He lived in Saudi Arabia, but returned directly to Lebanon after the Israeli invasion. Our paternal uncle tried to hold him back, telling him that he had no business there in time of war. But his reply was, "I know very well what I must do."
Within a matter of moments, in the Shiites' struggle against Israel, this unknown young man would become a legendary hero, what is known here as a shaheed, a martyr of the resistance. He was about to commit a bold act that had no precedent in Lebanon, one that was both religious and political.
In 1982, it was thought that the confrontation with Israel was inauspicious for us. We had no way of striking back against them. We needed to take a creative initiative, commit an atypical act, an act of martyrdom.
The cult of martyrs dates back to the origins of Shiism. In the 7th century, Imam Hussein and his companions were massacred in Karbala in present-day Iraq during a fratricidal fight to succeed the Prophet Muhammad. The event, commemorated each year, is the very foundation of Shiism.
This predilection to sacrifice, this ability to fight injustice and corruption, is part of Shiite thinking. It was central to the mobilization of the Shiites in Lebanon. It is not a simple military question, rather part of a doctrine, a vision. The aim was to fight the occupation. But the martyrdom operations were also a new form of struggle previously unheard of in the region.
7 a.m. November 11th, 1982. Ahmed Kassir drives along the main thoroughfare through Tyre. Without hesitation, he accelerates and hurls himself and his vehicle into a large residential complex.
Oh, it's a little bit of terrorism for you. Do you have a bomb in it?
The Israeli military headquarters for the whole of southern Lebanon had just collapsed. The 7-story building collapsed. The Israeli military headquarters for the whole of southern Lebanon had just collapsed.
Amir Kassoud crashes car? Is this real? Into Israeli military headquarters. For all of southern Lebanon? Is that what she just said?
For the whole of southern Lebanon had just collapsed.
He must have had a bomb in his car. You can't just crash a car into a 7-story building and have the whole building collapse.
The 7-story building was demolished.
באיזה קומה אתה היית כשהיה פיגוע?
קומה חמישית. והייתי בדיוק בשירותים.
This is like a mini September 11th.
באתי לעשות צרכים ופתאום שמעתי את הפיצוץ והרגשתי שהכל קורס.
Dude, this is kind of crazy. Conspiracy brain Josh is going through all sorts of conspiracies in my head right now involving Israel. A car crashed into a 7-story building and the whole building collapsed? Did he have bombs in his car? They haven't said that yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it sounds a lot like a plane crashing into a building and melting.
It does, doesn't it?
Jet fuel melting steel and the building just collapsing on people. It sounds crazy. It sounds like a mini version of that.
פתאום ראיתי את עצמי קבור מתחת להריסות של הבטון והתחלתי לצרוח שיצילו אותי. אחרי איזה שעה של מאמצים הצליחו למשוך אותי מתחת להריסות של הבטון.
This guy was, I don't know if you guys read that, if you're listening to audio, he was basically saying he's laying in a hospital bed. He's saying that a car crash, he said, I heard an explosion, the building collapsed, and I was buried under the rubble for, I think he said 7 hours. And then I finally heard them and they pulled me out of the rubble. Yeah, but I need them to tell me that this car had a bomb in it, because a car doesn't just crash into a building, a 7-story building, and the whole building collapses. That doesn't happen. So I need to hear that this guy was a terrorist that had his car loaded with bombs. If they don't say that, then conspiracy Josh is like dancing Israelis. This is made up. This is
Yeah.
This is propaganda to help push a war. Oh Lord. Okay.
I
was in Tyre at the time. We had a grocery store there. I was on my way back following my usual route, but the Jews had blocked the road. I'll never forget. The fire was still blazing, the building, the masonry, everything was on fire. We were proud. Something was finally happening.
Oh, he was proud.
The invader had suffered losses. There were fatalities. We were pleased about that. We wondered who could have dared to do such a thing. I did not know then that my brother Ahmad had become a martyr. I will never forget that moment.
It was carnage. 91 Israeli soldiers and 15 Lebanese prisoners were killed. Ariel Sharon was mystified. How could something like this occur when the only known enemy, the PLO, had been crushed more than 2 months ago?
Because you always got enemies.
אחת הגרסאות אומרת שייתכן שזהו פיגוע חבלני. כיצד היית מגדיר את מצבו של אש"ף היום אחרי המלחמה?
באשר למצב כאן עצמו, למקרה הזה, אנחנו איננו יודעים אם זה היה פיגוע חבלני או לא. זה אחת מהמטרות של ועדת החקירה בבדיקתה. את מדינת הטרור הזאת, המדינה השפיסטית, אותה חיסלנו. עכשיו צריך לוודא שהיא לא תחזור ותקום על רגליה.
3 weeks later, the Commission of Inquiry concluded that a gas pipe had exploded, declaring the incident to have been an accident.
A gas pipe exploded. The car hit a gas pipe, which exploded, and it collapsed the 7-story building. I don't know about that one, guys. I don't know about that. That doesn't sound too good to me. Sounds like some bullshit.
Sounds tough, I gotta say.
Tonight,
but
on Unsolved
I don't have any good evidence. Unsolved mysteries. JS is gonna tell you why this was a bomb in the car that took down a 7-story building.
Or Israel planted bombs in the building, and this was all just an operation to push another war.
Whoa. Tune in.
It was also practice for a future event that they would do in a place called America.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right. Play.
Oh, no.
This mind-blowing version of events was never officially questioned. further emphasizing the blindness of Israeli intelligence services, oblivious to what was going on in the Bekaa Plain.
We didn't have information in real time. It was very unfortunate in retrospect. We knew that some clerics were planning action. Some we knew, others we didn't know who they were.
We must carry the attack into Israel. Israel came, Israel will return. There is but one God. Khomeini is our leader. Victory for Islam, death to Israel.
I was in for a far greater shock when I began to conduct some research into what was known within intelligence circles about the Shiites in Lebanon.
This is dangerous. This is a whole race of people who are very hateful and very stupid. So it's a dangerous combination.
Very.
I was very disappointed. I found almost nothing, zero paperwork on the subject. There wasn't much in the academic departments either. Very little information.
The multinational force in Lebanon, led by the Americans and French, was as blind as the Israeli military. On October 23, 1983, almost a year later, it was their turn to suffer a similar attack of unprecedented violence.
The 2-ton bomb devastated the 4-story building in which 200 Marines may have been sleeping.
A 2-ton bomb. That's a mini nuke.
When the explosion occurred shortly after 6 a.m. Beirut time.
Wait.
I'm glad this...
a mini nuke, JS, if nukes aren't real.
Nuke is a big nuke. Nuke is a big bomb. That's a mini bomb.
No,
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
No, but you say nukes aren't real, so...
I know. That's my point, is that a 2-ton bomb...
You can't refer to a thing as a mini nuke if, like, you're saying it's a mini thing that doesn't exist.
It's tongue-in-cheek. It's a...
No, you're saying... Yeah.
It's a joke. I'm basically saying a 2-ton bomb is just like not the biggest bomb.
What's the biggest bomb?
I don't know, a 50-ton bomb, a 100-ton bomb, a 2,000-ton bomb, a something megaton bomb, a 50,000 X megaton bomb.
I mean, by that you could literally just say every.
Google.
Yeah, I could say. I know that's the point.
It's some variant of a miniature nuke.
Yes, a hand grenade is a miniature nuke.
A miniature thing that doesn't exist. Gotcha.
I know, it's an internal critique. I'm saying if nukes are real, then a hand grenade is just a little nuke. I'm showing it's a reductio ad absurdum. It's something. It's some debate bro term.
Spell is that? Tell them, Google.
Wouldn't my argument be a mini critique back at you? And if you're saying that it doesn't exist,
if I was saying it seriously,
that'd be an internal critique on your worldview, right?
The point of what I said was to show the ridiculously of the nuke terminology. I'm saying a 2-ton bomb, that's just like a mini nuke. So I'm being what's the word? Facetious. I'm not seriously saying that I think that a 2-ton bomb is a mini nuke. I don't believe in nukes. I'm saying a 50-ton bomb is not a nuke. It's just a bigger 2-ton bomb, which is just a bigger hand grenade, which is just a bigger firecracker. Get it? Damn.
Fucking.
Oof. I'm gonna play this. I like how this documentary is blurring out all the stuff that YouTube wouldn't let me show. They've already done the blurring for me. So
yeah, look at that.
Until you find that one thing they missed, and then your channel goes down anyways.
No, a lot of pew-pews have been shown, and there's no problem. I've noticed
there's like nothing in this video at this point. You're looking at like a little sliver of a screen.
Well, no,
there's like 80% of the screen.
I think there's like bodies. I don't know. They blurred out the American flag being burned at one point. So
based.
I can see where that's offensive.
Yeah.
To some libtards.
Libtards.
It's offensive to me. I'm not a libtard.
You're libtard adjacent.
Not
Yeah.
retarded
You
adjacent.
shouldn't burn the
I
flag.
mean, it's not offensive, but it you know, you should get punched.
Yeah, dude, don't burn my flag. Go burn someone else's flag. See how they like it in their country when you burn their flag.
All right, I'm gonna play this.
Lost 241 soldiers.
241
At the
soldiers
same
military
time,
base.
a suicide bomber blew
Two-ton
himself up in
bomb.
the French military headquarters,
Suicide bomber.
the Drakkar building. 58 were killed.
Leads to
A
major
double strike
conflict.
claimed by a mysterious Islamic Jihad movement, almost certainly a figurehead for Hezbollah and Iran.
I think there is much that indicates that the Iranians did have a role, if not a very important role in that.
Do you have any indication about responsibility? Who's guilty?
Yes, we have some, but we're not going to point the finger until we're absolutely certain. But I think the thing that does come through loud and clear is just the insidious nature of terror, international terror.
Taxes was so taxing.
Ad. Shit. At some point, I turned the page. So I've been writing dates on the arguments from opponent page and not on my info page. I have one page for like information and I'm taking notes, and I have one page for arguments from opponents, a page for questions, and then a page for just random things that I jot down. But shit. That's not how that's supposed to work. Whatever. I'm gonna draw a little box around it. Well, shit.
Well, fine. That happened. What can you do, you know?
Yeah, and I didn't notice because they were like lined up perfectly where I was at, and then I flipped the page and it was at the same place. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, get out of here, Ad.
The U.S. intelligence says that they
Get outta here,
had
Ad.
managed to bug a meeting in which the Iranian ambassador
Jeremy
to
doesn't
Syria,
know what he's talking
who was
about,
a leading creator of Hezbollah, had explicitly
even get it.
asked for such an operation. Now, the U.S. intelligence has not made that evidence public. The U.S. intelligence has been wrong in the past. The U.S. intelligence has also lied in the past. So we don't know 100% for certain. At the end of the day, perception is reality. The United States, France, and other countries have acted on the perception that the Iranians were behind it.
This pen is out
With
of
this
ink.
new attack, the Hezbollah Shiites could no longer be ignored. They saw themselves as the embodiment of the resistance movement against Israel and its allies.
Day by day, they're following growth.
That's not. Oh.
Les fanatiques
What? No, that's backwards.
ne font aucun mystère de leurs intentions.
Thanks to their protector and benefactor, Iran, and the support of their capital, Baalbek, their fight had just begun in earnest.
Intelligence experts have long regarded the city of Baalbek in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley as a center of anti-American terrorism.
I recall Hezbollah seeming to be a domestic factor.
Backwards. That's what
And
it is,
then
backwards.
by the mid-1980s, it was clear
Yeah,
that there
yeah.
was this pipeline.
It's a beautiful day in LA.
material, men coming from
good, Freddie.
Iran.
You still watching this shit?
Hostages
We
going
ain't buying your
from
lies about California,
Lebanon to Iran,
Freddie.
and political support.
There's no such thing as beautiful days in LA.
So this was an emerging phenomenon.
You know what the best day in LA is? Is the day you're not in it. Oh no, you stay in LA. But the best day in LA is the
From
day
the
I'm
start,
not in it.
the Iranians were smart enough to understand that you cannot
We
create an armed
act like
militia
LA is a
without the
bullshit
support
place,
of the
so y'all
local
don't come.
population.
It's a psyop.
The Iranians have constructed what I call
So you make it a
counter-society.
shithole so that nobody else wants to be there. That's reasonable. I get it. That makes sense.
We talk like it is. It's not actually one.
Y'all are bullshitting while the video's playing. You know nobody can hear you. Well, actually,
That's
we just hear because there's like a Israeli guy speaking Israeli, Hebrew, Jeremy and Freddie at the same time. Now everybody's quiet.
Yeah, but at least I'm speaking language they understand. They don't know Hebrew. Like, who the fuck's listening to Hebrew?
Well, you got to read it.
Fuck that.
You got to get them reading.
What are you bitching about them not being able to hearing us for? Like, if they got to read it, like, they don't need to hear to read.
That's true.
You're speaking nonsense, Jazz.
You're trying to trigger me today. I don't know what your deal is, mister. You need to calm down, Buster. You're going to irk me. That's exactly what we hear. I mimicked it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what every person speaking Hebrew sounds like. I agree.
I'm trying to do research.
I ain't listening to it, nor am I going to fucking read it.
You know about Iran?
Learn American-ish or don't speak.
What you know about Iran, Jeremy?
It's overseas.
Okay, then shut up. You're not helping here.
We blowing them up. That's what I know.
It's over oceans. Okay, I'm going to play it.
Alongside ordinary Lebanese society, there's another society. Hezbollah society works like this. A child is born, he goes to Hezbollah nursery, then he goes to Hezbollah school, then he joins the Hezbollah scouts. After that, he attends a Hezbollah high school. Then he joins Hezbollah.
He joined Hezbollah. Wow. Oh, shit. They just played that? Who got that on video? No way you got that on video. You weren't just randomly recording. Somebody had to have known what was going on.
Right.
Look at that. That's crazy. So he joins Hezbollah. Next thing you know, he drives his car. Freddie, shut up.
The grandson you had with you yesterday? No, that was just a friend of mine. Okay. Things were related. That's nice. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Freddie, I'm going to mute you. Mute yourself.
There you go.
Holy shit. We just watched a car blow up a freaking military truck.
Yeah, dude, that's Look at this. Here you go, slow bike.
Boom.
Dang. That was quite a boom.
That was a mini nuke. It's like a mini nuke in that car. That was crazy.
The Israelis were counting. 600 men dead in 2 years. It was a price many were not prepared to pay.
The Israeli army was increasingly becoming bogged down in Lebanon. On June 6, 1985, 3 years after the start of the invasion, the Israeli army pulled out, preserving a security zone in the south, an area representing 10% of Lebanese territory. The Israeli army remained there for 15 years, until 2000. For Israel, this first partial withdrawal constituted a severe, even humiliating defeat. For Hezbollah, it was a first victory. The Shiite organization chose the moment to claim responsibility for the destruction of the Israeli headquarters in Tyre.
They all just got rocket launchers.
Look at dude, everybody got an RPG right there.
Did his rocket launcher have a condom on it?
Tyre.
That's on fire.
Look.
Okay.
They got condoms.
The name of the Shahid, Ahmed Kassir, was also revealed.
It's probably a protection.
November 11th, the day of the attack, became the official Martyrs' Day for the resistance movement.
Yeah, it's from a personal video. It had to be a terrorist who knew what was going on and was like, yeah, we're going to record this.
By the time Ayatollah Khomeini passed away in June 1989, his legacy was more alive than ever. The Shiite theocracy, which he founded 10 years earlier, had been firmly established. And the fight he initiated against Israel and the United States through Hezbollah had changed the landscape in the Middle East. But moving forward, what would his successors do with his legacy?
March 6, 1991, President George H.W. Bush told Congress the time has come to put an end to the Arab-Israeli conflict. Bush's declaration was followed by 8 months of intensive shuttle diplomacy by Secretary of State James Baker, culminating in the Madrid Peace Conference in October 1991. The conference, co-chaired by Bush and Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, was attended by Israeli, Egyptian, Syrian, and Lebanese delegations, as well as a joint Jordanian-Palestinian delegation. For the first time, all the parties to the Arab-Israeli conflict had gathered to hold direct negotiations, a historically unprecedented event. Not quite all the parties, all of them except for that pesky Iran. Fuck. What is Pax Americana? That's like a deal made by America?
One second.
Bullshit lie.
Latin for American peace. Yeah, refers to the period of relative tranquility with global hegemony established by the United States. So yeah, Pax Americana means America is basically leading conference. But basically, Tehran Conference was a counter conference to the Madrid Conference, the Madrid Peace Conference in 1991. Then the Tehran Conference they held because they were pissed because they didn't get invited to the Madrid Conference. They're like, fuck America. Dead to America. Error. Your stream has been temporarily blocked because we found video belonging to someone else. We've been playing it for an hour. Maybe I let it play too long. I was writing notes and stuff. I let it play too long without saying anything. Shit. Shiite. Fuck.
Shiite.
Let's go scooting for beer, JS. It's 48 hours stay awake action time. I'm not even streaming right now. You can't even hear what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, wow. Whoops.
Whoops. Let's wait till it comes back. Well, shit.
Good job.
President Trump issues new warnings to Iran.
CBS 42 Washington Bureau. New attacks breaking out in the Middle East, threatening the shaky ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. But the table is now set in Pakistan for high-stakes talks. The U.S. team led by Vice President J.D. Vance, also including Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Washington correspondent Margaret Chadbourne live in D.C. Good morning, Margaret.
Witkoff, Kushner, and Vance.
Good morning, David. Well, those talks are just hours away. The outcome of this meeting likely to decide if the ceasefire holds or collapses.
President Trump is lashing out against Iran, posting on social media, quote, "This is not the agreement we had." He's warning Iran to keep traffic flowing through the Strait of Hormuz and not charge tanker fees, adding they better stop. The U.S. and Iran now under pressure to turn a fragile truce into something more lasting, with delegations set to meet in Pakistan Saturday. The Strait, which handles about a fifth of the world's oil, is at the center of the dispute.
And what they give is the straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms.
New tensions in Lebanon could also complicate talks. Israel continuing strikes against Hezbollah after deadly attacks earlier this week that killed more than 300 people. From Washington, Democrats are pushing back on the president over escalating threats, while most Republicans stand by his approach.
He's been terrible with the wheel. The threats of total annihilation were, beyond the pale.
Well, I think the fact that we're having the talks this weekend is a big win.
Iran is also insisting Lebanon be included in any ceasefire deal, a key disagreement heading into talks.
Because like we just saw from that documentary, and this answers Freddie's question, Lebanon is on Iran's side. Lebanon has always been, for a long time, at least since the PLO started in 1982, the PLO and Hezbollah and Iran and Lebanon have been embedded together. So, of course, Lebanon's going to be involved in this.
And as this,
you know who else wasn't invited to the Madrid peace talks?
Who's that?
Lebanon. Or did the maybe the Lebanese were there. No, but I don't think Lebanon was there either. But Iran nobody cares about Lebanon. Lebanon's just a chunk of Iran that sits right on top of Israel.
Yeah.
Basically. Or a terrorist PLO ran cell. What, JS? Your vid went down for a minute with pop-up removed for restrictions and then came back. I know. Yeah, we figured it out. I think I went too long without pausing the video or something. I don't know. We've been watching that video for an hour and they just now hit it. But whatever.
The strait remains largely closed. Americans are feeling it at the
So we're jumping to modern time now.
pump. Gas prices now around $4.16 a gallon, up more than $1 since the war began.
We need to have a negotiation so that we can keep the Strait of Hormuz open and actually get the price of gas down.
Political pressure is building as House
Fuentes fuck ass saying he would vote for Ro Khanna. Shut up.
Republicans blocked a Democratic effort Thursday to limit the president's war powers. But Democrats are expected to try
And I like Fuentes, but I'll punch up. I'm talking my shit.
again when Congress returns from recess next week. David?
So, Margaret, Democrats obviously very critical of the president's actions there in the Middle East. Any signs that Republicans are starting to grow?
I was at the gym the other day, and Marjorie Taylor Greene was on CNN saying that Trump needs to be impeached with the 25th Amendment. They need a 25th Amendment Trump because he's crazy. I almost picked up a weight and threw it at the TV. Fuck you, Marjorie.
Yeah.
Whoever liked Marjorie Taylor Greene? If you ever liked Marjorie Taylor Greene and you're like, oh, I love Marjorie Taylor, man, she's so based. You're not a conservative. Get out of the conservative party. Why is that woman even in politics? I don't even know if she's a woman. And yeah, I remember you could go watch me covering the State of the Union from Biden. It was Biden's second to last year or his last year that he did the State of the Union, and Marjorie Taylor Greene was there wearing a full red dress suit, a woman's suit. What do you call it? A woman's suit, a pantsuit. Full red pantsuit with a MAGA hat with like American flags, looking like Afro Man at a court date. And I said, she looks like a fucking clown. Get her out of there. At the beginning, I said that. And then she was yelling throughout the whole thing. And all these conservatives were like, let's go, Marjorie. Yeah. I was like, no, she's acting like the Democrats. Stop acting retarded. We don't need this. This is not what we need in the party is yappy Lauren Boebert. She's hot, but her and Marjorie Taylor Greene just yapping. Yeah, wearing, get out of here, you clown. I never liked Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Leery of this
war. Get out of here.
Well, overall, Republicans have been very supportive of the president since the war broke out in late February. But at this point, we are starting to see some be slightly critical of his tone, asking him to bring it down and also to mainly explain to the American public his goals in the Middle East. David?
All right. Margaret Chadbourne live there in D.C. Thanks so much, Margaret.
In considering
Tone policing.
Tone policing.
Tone policing the president. Iran Supreme Leader issues defiant warning on Strait of Hormuz. Who is their Supreme Leader?
Good question.
What is this game? This game looks sick. Black and white cartoon looking game. That looks kind of cool. Mouse PI for hire.
Cool.
I'm gonna watch this ad.
Bombs, watch the canisters go boom.
Mine started a few weeks back. The sky was just the exit wound.
Hey, watch.
Welcome to public transit, bub.
It didn't seem like much at first.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, this game looks kind of cool.
What you need is a big one.
Looks different.
And this, Mr. Pepper, is the big one.
But I won't die, right? What? Something within me, I don't know, old instinct maybe, said turn back.
It's got shooting, it's got detective stuff.
It's kind of
What?
Get
Bro,
some solid
this game
evidence,
looks sick.
and we'll get to the bottom of
Yeah,
this
it
in
does.
no time. Tammy, ain't you a sight for sore eyes?
Don't go count your mice just yet. They're coming. Just shut up and keep firing.
What? He drank spinach like Popeye.
This case was more trouble than it was worth. But, well, trouble is what I do.
Is that what it's called?
That
Rubber band cartoon? Dude, this game looks really like unique and different. I think it'd be cool to play. I want to check this out. Mouse PI for hire.
Okay, this must be some kind of.
It's coming on PS5. It doesn't say PC. Well, it says Steam. So I guess if it's on Steam, that means PC. Huh.
Our Vice President, J.D. Vance, and other top U.S. negotiators are heading to Pakistan today ahead of those high-stakes peace talks with Iran.
Meanwhile, President Trump says he is optimistic about working out a deal. Trey Yanks is live in Tel Aviv with the details.
Optimistic
Good morning,
about
Trey.
working out a deal.
Diplomacy or
Yeah, Lawrence, good morning.
destruction?
High-stakes talks are scheduled this weekend in Islamabad, Pakistan, aimed at creating an agreement to end the war. With the temporary ceasefire in place, international focus remains on the Strait of Hormuz. Overnight, President Trump took to Truth Social to say, quote, Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. With just 8 vessels reportedly passing through the strait in the first 48 hours of the ceasefire,
Look at that.
a statement was released via state media from Iran's new supreme leader.
Wow.
Saying, and certainly we are entering a new era
I'm
with
kidding.
management of the Strait of Hormuz. We did not and do not seek war, but we will not give up our rightful rights in any way. And for this, we consider all the fronts of resistance as one. The region is waiting to see the outcome of the talks in Pakistan as Iranian officials and U.S. officials appear to be discussing a different set of terms. Iraq's foreign minister spoke this week about the talks.
We discussed the upcoming negotiation process in Pakistan, and we support and encourage this process. And we hope that the negotiation process will achieve its goals, which are peace and security in the region.
One issue that appears to be a sticking point is whether or not Israel will be able to strike Hezbollah, Iran's largest proxy based in Lebanon. Overnight, Israel struck launching positions in southern Lebanon, and shortly after, Hezbollah launched a rocket that triggered sirens in Tel Aviv.
I want to tell you, there is no ceasefire in Lebanon. We
Let's count his
continue to
fingers.
strike Hezbollah with force, and we will not stop until we restore your security. Our great achievements, both in Iran and against the axis of evil, have brought about a historic change in Israel's status in the region.
You heard the Israeli prime minister there. There is no ceasefire in Lebanon. We do know talks are scheduled directly between Israel and Lebanon next week, aimed at creating peaceful relations between the two countries and disarming Hezbollah. Guys?
So, Trey, right now, were there any rockets, drones, attacks into the Gulf states yesterday?
Yes, Kuwait says they came under an Iranian attack yesterday. Other countries said it was quiet compared to the days before, but it's an indication that this war is not over. We're in a temporary ceasefire, and this question of Lebanon is quite critical because the Iranians say they're not even willing to sit at the negotiating table unless the ceasefire includes Lebanon. But as we saw last night, Israeli strikes against launching positions in southern Lebanon after the IDF picked up intelligence that there was going to be a large-scale rocket attack. And then later in the night, sirens were sounding here in Tel Aviv amid incoming rocket fire.
All right, Trey, thank you so much.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Senator Ted Cruz, he detailed why he thinks this has been so successful. He goes through, destroying the ballistic.
I don't care about this. That guy had a cool suit, though. Ernest Owens, the case for cancel culture.
Where do I go after I destroy all these?
Vance says Trump has given clear guidelines to Iran talks. Slow-moving traffic through the Strait of Hormuz.
Today is day 3 of President Trump's 2-week ceasefire with Iran. The White House has said the deal is fragile. And overnight, President Trump taking issue with Iran's handling.
That's the Mockingbird media term that I've been hearing over and over and over and over again. It's a fragile ceasefire, a fragile ceasefire, a fragile ceasefire.
Of the Strait of Hormuz meant to be open as part of the deal. ABC's Olivia Rubin has those details.
This morning, President Trump's ceasefire with Iran centering on a key issue, the Strait of Hormuz. Trump accusing Iran of violating the agreement, which called for the strait's reopening in exchange for a pause in the bombing. But Trump now saying Iran is doing a very poor job of allowing oil through the strait, where 20% of the world's oil flows. It appears so far only 7 ships allowed to pass through yesterday, this time lapse showing the minimal traffic. President Trump writing,
so all those ships just sitting there, just having to go in circles, just wait.
There are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait.
I heard this. They're charging taxes to people going through the strait. We're not happy about that. That was not part of the deal. By the way, the 10-point plan that was released, that CNN ran with, that everybody was talking about, and I heard people bringing up points from it in the debate with Counterpoints and Teriak, and that was fake news. That was not the real 10-point plan. And the 10-point plan that was released, the real one, Trump has already said, I'm not going to agree to everything on that. Like, that's just a thing they put out saying these are like some ideas we'd like to talk about. And Trump's like, yeah, I don't like most of it. We'll do what we can do. But
right.
But they put out a fake 10-point plan list, and then of course CNN jumps on it, and then it comes out it's not real.
Fucking morons. I hate those guys. I hate CNN with a passion.
Oh, all right.
They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. But Iran also raising issues with the deal, pointing to Israel's sweeping attacks in Lebanon. The White House, though, insisting Lebanon was never part of the deal at all and urging Iran to let it go.
If Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States...
It has everything to do with them. It's one of their terrorist cells closer to Israel. It's Iran stretched over to Israel. They've been involved with Lebanon forever.
It's never once said was part of the ceasefire. That's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
And back in Washington, Democrats are pushing to vote on a war powers resolution that would require congressional approval for any future military actions. But it's not expected to pass the Republican-led Senate. Now the vice president and others...
It wouldn't pass a Democrat-led Senate if a Democrat was at war. That's retarded. That's always a stupid argument that we got a war crimes and international law, and you don't have permission from Congress to do this. Shut up. We've always done it this way.
We'll head to Pakistan.
We're going to run to Congress with everything we're about to do? No, the president doesn't do that.
And this weekend for the first in-person
Especially
talks,
not in the day of
State Department
social
now
media.
says it will also host talks between Israel and Lebanon next week. Olivia Rubin, ABC News, Washington.
And this morning, President Trump putting the Iranian regime on notice, warning of renewed military action against its infrastructure if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened immediately, completely, and safely. A new report from the Financial Times claims Iran is trying to charge tankers a toll, a cryptocurrency fee for every barrel of oil in
a cryptocurrency fee to take a toll, an Iranian cryptocurrency toll for our oils to pass through there. Bro, light these fuckers up.
In order to access that critical waterway. Mark Boyle, following the latest at the live desk for us right now. Good morning to you, Mark. We know the president's patience is wearing thin at this point. What do you hear?
We're going to make you glow in the dark.
Patience is wearing thin at the moment.
One time I was at a campfire with a Marine, an Army vet, a Navy guy, and an Air Force guy. The Army guy lost his hand, and he was scooping his soup out of a straw because he lost his hands in a battle with 2 fingers. The Air Force guy is fucking 3 bitches, getting it on. The Navy guy, he's running circles around all these bitches. Meanwhile, the Marine is stirring the soup with his dick. This is our military. We're going to light them up. We're going to make them glow in the dark.
Hearing.
Shout out Joey Diaz.
Well, he is beginning to get even more frustrated with what's going on. The new reports coming out that the strait's not open. We'll get to that in a moment. I do want to show you some new video. If you're just joining us this morning, Vice President J.D. Vance at Joint Base Andrews taking off to Pakistan. He's leading the negotiations for long-term peace. Here's what he had to say this morning.
As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see.
Now let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz for just a moment. Here's the map, give you an idea of the area in focus. This is the question. Now, as part of the ceasefire agreement, Iran will have to allow the passage of ships through the strait. But some are saying that they're trying to charge a toll for ships to pass through at this point. And we're hearing overnight Abu Dhabi's oil chief out saying that the strait is actually not open right now. So there's some conflicting reports. There's also concerns that these tensions will derail the already delicate ceasefire that is holding right now. Here's what the president posted about that and the concerns he has. He says there are reports that Iran is charging.
Yeah, we already heard that. Okay. The choke point that rules the world.
Join Planet Fitness for 1 cent down.
I already am at Planet Fitness. Why would you send me a Planet Fitness ad? I already have a Samsung phone. Why would you send me a Samsung ad?
This video is made possible by CuriosityStream and the entire ongoing Persian Gulf crisis between Iran and the United States, which you can access by signing up for the CuriosityStream Nebula Bundle deal for only $15 a year at curiositystream.com/reallifelore. This is a stretch of water that's only a tad more than 30 miles wide. It's so small that you couldn't even fit Luxembourg inside of it, and yet these 30 miles make up the most important location to understand in the entire known universe. By controlling these 30 miles, you can effectively rule the entire world, and by closing them down, you can effectively destroy the world. And this is why. The ocean spans most of our planet's surface, about 70% of it to be precise. In order to transport goods from one of Earth's many continents to another, this vast ocean that takes up 70% of the planet has to be traveled across. And in the 21st century, there are many ways to do so. Simply using an airplane to fly across in mere hours might be how you choose to do it, but airplanes are expensive, especially the more and more heavy an object it is that you're moving. So when it comes to cargo, 80% of the 21st century's global trade is still being carried out the way that it generally always has been for thousands of years now, by ship. At any given normal time, there are around 50,000 merchant vessels carrying as much as 6 million containers full of cargo and goods all across the world's oceans and between all the world's continents. These networks and streams of ships that you see moving in lines across the world's surface here are the literal arteries that power the beating heart of the 21st century global economy. And unfortunately, the world's oceans aren't very easy to navigate through. The geographic placement of the world's continents, islands, and land masses have created numerous natural choke points that these trade arteries have no other choice but to move through. And when these choke points become blocked by whatever means, they can cause a veritable stroke upon the world economy. This is exactly what happened earlier this year when one of the most important of these, the Suez Canal, was blocked for several days when a cargo ship became unexpectedly stuck in the middle, which blocked nearly $10 billion worth of global trade and caused widespread shipping and logistical delays across the entire world from North America to Australia.
That was the Evergreen. That was the Evergreen ship. That was this video is from 4 years ago.
There are other strategic maritime choke points to consider across the world as well. The Panama Canal controls the flow of trade between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans across the American landmass. The Cape of Good Hope controls the flow of trade around the African continent. The Strait of Gibraltar controls the flow between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. The Danish Straits between the Baltic and the North Sea. The Turkish Straits between the Mediterranean and Black Seas. And the Strait of Malacca between the Pacific and Indian Oceans. However, none of these are as important nor as dangerous as the Strait of Hormuz here, for many, many critical reasons. First among them, it's the only possible way for ships to move back and forth between the Persian Gulf in the west and the Gulf of Oman in the east, which then leads out to the greater global ocean. The Persian Gulf is particularly important for this equation because 8 countries share some of its coastline: Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. And for 4 of those countries, the only maritime access they have is within the Persian Gulf, which means that the 30-mile wide Strait of Hormuz is the only possible location they can pass through in order to access the world's oceans. And if you know anything at all about the Middle East and the Gulf countries, you know that they're pretty much all completely loaded in oil. But oil is only part of what makes the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz especially so critically important. Oil is still the lifeblood of the modern world's economy. Around a third of our energy worldwide is produced by using it, and every single day, humanity consumes more than 9 million barrels of it. Oil is still by far the most common source of energy for human civilization in the 21st century. And as a non-renewable, it can't simply be produced. Oil is a resource that can only be extracted from where it already exists, and as it happens, it's not naturally found in too many parts of the world. Around the Persian Gulf Basin, across these dozens of oil fields marked in green, you can find roughly half of the entire planet's proven reserves of oil, including the single largest oil field in the world here in Saudi Arabia at Ghawar, which all on its own produces nearly 6% of the entire world's oil supply. There are dozens of fabulously rich oil fields here that stretch across all 8 of the countries that border the Persian Gulf. But that's not the only valuable resource that can be found here. Marked in red, you can also find roughly 40% of the world's proven reserves of natural gas. Natural gas is the world's 3rd most common source of energy, behind oil and coal, and more than a 1/5 of the world's energy is produced by using it. Qatar itself produces the highest amount of liquefied natural gas in the world. And according to British Petroleum, Iran possesses the world's largest reserves of natural gas. Between all of these combined reserves, there is more oil and natural gas in the seas of the Persian Gulf and the land immediately surrounding it than anywhere else on the planet Earth. Since a third of all the world's oil production is currently taking place around the Gulf, and a third of the world's energy is powered by oil, and since a further 1/5 of natural gas production takes place around the Gulf, and about a 1/5 of the world's energy is powered by gas, it can therefore be said that about 15% of the entire planet's energy supply comes from around the Persian Gulf, and largely behind the Strait of Hormuz. This is why the 30 miles of water here is so insanely important. Because roughly 15% of all the energy that humanity is collectively consuming right now largely has no other choice but to pass through it. No other choke point in the 21st century's global transportation network.
This is why when people are like, Trump didn't even think about the Strait of Hormuz. I can't believe they didn't think that Iran would do this to the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think that they're idiots? It's not just Trump. It's like every military leader, every historian, all of the like smartest people in politics and geopolitics and economy and oil. I'm sure they all said Strait of Hormuz is important. If we go to war with Iran, Strait of Hormuz is very important. So people are like, he just willy-nilly did it, and then Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Like they didn't think of that? You think he didn't have a plan? And he didn't plan for that? Like, ye of little faith, you really think he's that dumb? He's not that dumb. He's smarter than you.
Can come anywhere even close to that level of critical importance. And it doesn't help that navigating through it is pretty geographically difficult. There are 8 major islands located inside of the strait which must be avoided by any ships, 7 of which are de facto controlled by Iran. These 3 strategically placed ones are contested by the United Arab Emirates, but the Iranian military has occupied them since the 1970s, so they're effectively controlled by Iran. These areas of water highlighted are too shallow for any tanker to traverse, while these areas separately highlighted have very limited visibility due to the obstructions from islands and land. Dust storms, morning fog, and haze can all make visibility within the strait even more challenging and are particularly common events during the summer months. The UN
Visibility seems irrelevant. You'd think they'd have like an autopilot on a damn boat. They just set your bearing, you have your map, and you just go straight.
has established a special traffic separation scheme for tankers and other ships to take while traveling through to avoid the most risk. This scheme consists of only 2 2-mile-wide shipping lanes, one for incoming and another for outgoing traffic, while each is only separated by a 2-mile-wide buffer zone. The whole route travels through Iranian, Emirati, and Omani territorial waters at various times, and all of the world's largest ships must pass through them, and limited capability to avoid any unexpected obstructions that might or might not crop up. The overwhelming majority of all the oil that flows out of the Gulf travels towards East Asia, 76% of it. And most of that travels to only 5 countries. China is the world's largest importer of petroleum and the world's 2nd largest economy, and is heavily dependent on the oil flow coming out from the Strait of Hormuz, because it imports about 45% of its supply from the 8 countries around the Persian Gulf. Japan, the world's 3rd largest economy, is even more critically dependent and addicted. Infamously barren of most natural resources that are required for an industrial society, Japan has always been forced to seek them out abroad and away from their home islands, at times through war, while at other times through trade. Currently, they rely on trade, while oil and liquefied natural gas power more than 60% of Japan's energy needs. Nearly 100% of all of it is imported, and nearly 80% of that is transported by tankers from the Persian Gulf and through the Strait of Hormuz. Therefore, nearly half of Japan's energy, the fuel that powers the world's 3rd largest...
So by attacking Iran, did we essentially... I mean, it kind of hurts us. It hits us at the pump, but it helps our stock market, and in the long run, it benefits us. But did we basically just say, fuck you to all of our enemies? Like, who does this hurt more, us or China, if the Strait of Hormuz is closed? China.
China.
Yeah. We basically just did a big fuck you to everybody.
Yeah.
And
actually.
And what happens to us? Well, we got to spend $1 extra at the gas pump. Guess what? You were spending $2 extra at the gas pump 3 years ago under Joe Biden because of the sniffles. So shut the fuck up. Because of China sending a virus to us, you were paying $5 a gallon. Now you're paying $4 a gallon, but we're actually doing something offensive to shut down China, to hurt China. This does affect China. Venezuela affects China. The Venezuela thing, actually, both of these attacks affect China negatively. So I didn't even think of that. That's a whole nother fucking dirty bat sniffles. Yep.
Largest economy has to travel through the 30 miles of water at the Strait of Hormuz. And South Korea, the world's 10th largest global economy, has similar dependencies. They import nearly 70% of their oil from the Persian Gulf states. And since oil powers more than 40% of their energy needs, nearly a third of South Korea's energy supplies also have no other choice but to be delivered by tankers that are coming through the 30-mile wide Strait of Hormuz. Were the strait ever to be obstructed or shut down for very long, the world's 2nd, 3rd, and 10th largest economies would immediately come to a screeching halt.
Sorry, Japan. Sorry, South Korea. Fuck you, China.
Primary source of revenue for all 8 countries around the Persian Gulf would also immediately dry up, and the ripple effect from there would almost certainly crash the entire global economy. And in that event, there aren't many options for getting the oil and natural gas around the strait. Saudi Arabia does have a crude oil and liquefied natural gas pipeline that they can use to transport limited amounts from the rich fields around the Persian Gulf over to their ports on the Red Sea, while the United Arab Emirates has a similar pipeline that they can use to transport further limited amounts to the other side of their country on the Gulf of Oman and away from the Strait of Hormuz, but these amounts are all limited, while Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq possess no such ability. At a maximum, it's believed that these pipelines can only divert about 20% of the oil coming out of the Persian Gulf around the Strait of Hormuz, and building any more oil pipeline infrastructure is expensive. All of this means that the 30-mile wide Strait of Hormuz is the most important choke point in the entire world for the global economy to function smoothly. And as a result, it's attracted considerable attention of countless empires and foreign powers from the outside. Most notably, the United States. The US maintains dozens of bases across Oman, the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq. 7 of the 8 countries around the Gulf, save for Iran. This includes an Air Force base in Qatar and the United States 5th Fleet.
All but Iran.
Being further headquartered within Bahrain, which is generally composed of more than 15,000 sailors, 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of other vessels, and between them and the Air Force Base, countless aircraft. As the current largest single source for all of humanity's energy, all of this presence in the area from the United States is generally in place to ensure that the oil continues flowing, and to counter Iran's influence over on the other side of the strait. The United States and Iran have had no official diplomatic relations for more than 40 years now, since 1980, and relations between the two sides of the strait have been continuously tense. In the event of a war breaking out, Iran has made numerous threats over the years to close the Strait of Hormuz from their side over to Oman, which, if successful, would shatter the world economy. And that's enough of a threat to always make America, or any other foreign power, think twice. But Iran's capability to do that is realistically pretty limited. While the Iranian military is powerful, America's is a lot more powerful, and the presence of the 5th Fleet so close by in Bahrain would almost guarantee American naval and air superiority almost immediately across the entire strait. Iran knows that their Navy and Air Force couldn't compete though, so as a result, most of their focus over the past decade has been centered around building air defenses and missile batteries across the coast that could simply bombard any ships passing through. Iran also possesses a massive arsenal of thousands of maritime mines that they could theoretically quickly fill the 30-mile wide.
Look at this. This is from 4 years ago, guys. And he was talking about everything they're doing right now.
Strait with that would ground all trading activity through it to a halt for who knows how long. Theoretically, Iran could probably shut the strait down, but doing so would almost certainly invoke a very sharp response from a coalition of countries who would be staunchly opposed to it. likely led by the United States and Saudi Arabia. That conflict wouldn't be very pretty, and it's come dangerously close to already happening. Just 2 years ago in 2019, the United States began a military buildup around the Persian Gulf, while simultaneously withdrawing from the Iran nuclear deal and imposing new sanctions upon the country. The conflict escalated from there to the point where an Iranian major general was assassinated in a US drone strike at the beginning of 2020, and led from there to Iran bombarding US military bases across Iraq with rockets and artillery. It was the closest that America and Iran have ever come so far to a full-out war, and the tension still hasn't gone away. The whole conflict between the United States and Iran is an incredibly complicated and incredibly controversial story to tell, full of countless tragedies, misunderstandings, and millions of lives who are almost constantly hanging in the balance. Without a doubt, it is one of the most critical and fascinating conflicts of the 21st century to understand. But unfortunately, it's at the same time not acceptable for me to cover in any kind of detail on YouTube due to their terms of service. After more than 5 years of making videos on this site, I know how making videos on YouTube works, and I know that this video already has a super high chance of being demonetized and unpromoted by YouTube's algorithms simply because of the controversial content that I'm discussing here. But the moment I really start diving into the whole history of the US-Iran conflict and how war nearly broke out just last year between both sides, what's all at stake here, why it all began, how it's been fought, and how it all led to where we are today, it's a guarantee that this video will be censored and you won't ever get to see it. So instead, I created another full-length companion video in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's the same full length as this video with all of that controversial, fascinating information included, and uploaded that directly to Nebula, which, as you've probably heard by now, is home to tons of
I don't know what Nebula is. Huh. I investigated Iran before the war. Travel with Luke Dumont. 5,000-year history of Iran in 18 minutes. From Cyrus the Great to Ali Khamenei. What time is it? 12:25. Oh, we got 30 minutes left. What was I? I'm gonna grab something. Bookmarks. Oh, I didn't save that one. Didn't save that one thing.
That one thing. Shit.
Trump is literally treating the world like a chessboard.
Yeah, you can say that.
Notifications. I got notifications.
All these notifies.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way.
Few countries in the world are as old.
5,000 years of history. I'll be right back.
That's a long time. That's good.
Ugh. All right. All right, let's listen.
Old as Iran. It is home to one of the earliest civilizations in human history. Despite many foreign invasions from Mongols, Greeks, and Arabs, Iran has preserved its language, poetry, and unbreakable identity. This is the 5,000 years history of Iran. Before the word Iran existed, the Iranian plateau was already home to some of.
This better not be like History Channel. Where the heck is my anxiety pin? I found it. I found my anxiety pin.
Of the earliest human communities in the world. By around 3000 BC, a powerful civilization known as Elam had emerged in southwestern Iran, centered around the city of Susa. Unlike many later empires, Elam was not founded by a single conqueror or ruler arriving from elsewhere. Instead, it developed gradually from the local populations already living in the region, who over centuries organized themselves into complex city-states and kingdoms. The Elamites created their own writing systems, built large temples and monumental structures, and became active participants in trade and conflict with neighboring Mesopotamian powers such as the Sumer and Babylon. For nearly 2,000 years, Elam remained one of the major powers of the ancient world. But by the 6th century BC, after repeated Assyrian invasions and the sack of Susa around 646 BC, the Elamite power finally collapsed. Its fall cleared the stage for the rise of the Achaemenid Empire.
Let's chat about the first big...
Shut up. We're going too far back in history.
The true transformation of Iran began in the first millennium BC, when Indo-Iranian tribes from the Central Asian steppes migrated into the Iranian plateau. Over time, these migrating peoples settled across the plateau and gradually formed new societies. Among them were two groups that would shape the future of the region, the Medes and the Persians. The Medes were the first to establish a large Iranian kingdom in the 7th century BC, known as the Median Kingdom, uniting various tribes under a centralized authority. But it was their southern neighbors, the Persians, who created one of the greatest empires the world had ever seen. In 550 BC, a man named Cyrus the Great changed the history of the region. Cyrus came from the Persian kingdom of Anshan.
This is not Cyrus from the Bible, right?
You know who it is. The Osiris from the ancient Egypt script. Gabriel off that bullshit.
Yep, it's the same Cyrus. It is the same Cyrus. The same Cyrus that freed Israel from the Babylonians.
located in what is now Fars province in southwestern Iran.
You talking
He
about that
defeated
black
the
man
Median
named
king
Israel?
Astyages and united the
Or you
Iranian
talking about
tribes
a
under his leadership. But Cyrus
He did look kind of black. He looked a little black.
did not stop there. Within a few decades, his armies conquered the kingdom of Lydia in Anatolia, captured Babylon, and expanded Persian power eastward towards Central Asia.
Libya and
They doing what?
Anatolia captured Babylon.
I haven't heard about that.
He captured Babylon.
You called
Look
the
at that.
security.
Oh, looks like some of the biblical account in the Old Testament is historically accurate. Look at that, Freddie. That's crazy.
What made Cyrus remarkable was not only the speed of his conquests, but also his method of rule. Unlike many conquerors before him, he allowed local religions, traditions, and customs to continue. When he captured Babylon in 539 BC, he permitted exiled peoples, including the Jews, to return to their homelands and rebuild their temples.
Wow, look at that. When he captured Babylon, he allowed the exiled peoples to return home and rebuild their temple, aka the Jews.
These policies were recorded on the famous Cyrus cylinder. It was a clay cylinder describing Cyrus's conquest of Babylon and his policy of restoring temples and returning displaced populations. Because of these ideas of tolerance and restoration, some modern scholars have described the Cyrus cylinder as one of the earliest expressions of human rights in history. Under Cyrus the Great and his successors, especially Darius I, the Achaemenid Empire became the largest empire the world had yet seen. At its peak under Darius I, it covered approximately 5.5 million square kilometers. The Persians built an advanced administrative system. They constructed long-distance roads, including the famous Royal Road, standardized taxation, and organized their vast lands into provinces called satrapies. Their imperial capital at Persepolis became a symbol of imperial power, where ambassadors from Egypt, Greece, and India came to present tribute. For nearly 2 centuries, this empire stood at the center of the known world. Then came its downfall. In 330 BC, the young Macedonian conqueror Alexander the Great invaded Persia. Within just 8 years, the Achaemenid Empire collapsed. Persepolis was burned, and Alexander proclaimed himself the new ruler of Persia. After Alexander's death in 323 BC, his vast empire fragmented among his generals in a series of conflicts known as the Wars of the Diadochi. Control of Persia eventually fell to the Seleucid Empire, founded by
The Wars of the Diadochi.
Seleucus I Nicator. For nearly a century, the Seleucids ruled much of Iran.
So Cyrus the Great was from what is now Iran. That's crazy.
Greek cities were founded, Greek language and culture spread, and the region became part of a vast Hellenistic world, stretching from the Mediterranean to Central Asia. Yet this foreign rule remained fragile. The Seleucid kings struggled to control their distant eastern territories, and local Iranian traditions and identities persisted beneath the surface. By the mid-3rd century BC, a new Iranian power began to rise in the northeast, which would eventually establish the Parthian Empire.
Carthage. Rise and fall.
The Parthians were originally nomadic Iranian people called the Parni from Central Asia.
Carthage is different than the Parthians.
They settled in the region of Parthia in northeastern Iran and gradually expanded their control. Their rise began around 247 BC, when Arsaces I established an independent kingdom by taking advantage of the Seleucid Empire's weakening grip on its eastern territories. They called themselves the Arsacid dynasty, and over the next century they expanded to control the entire Iranian plateau and Mesopotamia. The Parthian Empire became Rome's eastern rival for centuries. They halted.
Bro, that guy was on a coin. He looked like a damn alien. What are you humming for, Marshall?
Oh, sorry. Playing James Bond. Fucking damn music getting in my head.
Oh. That guy had a flat head. Like, did they do that to him at birth? I guess if you molded a baby's head from birth, you could have a flat head like that. But he looked like an alien.
Look like a fucking alien. Maybe he is an alien.
The aliens are here. That
They
looks
are
like
here.
what I think Mangos looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, fight back, Freddy. Don't let him bagel you. No, Freddie can't fight back.
Freddie lost.
He
I
lost.
fight long. Yeah.
Everybody, they're just lining up and I'm knocking them over.
Did Roman expansion and maintained control over key trade routes, including segments of what would later be called the Silk Road. Parthian rule was decentralized, relying on noble families and regional autonomy. It preserved Iranian traditions while absorbing influences from both East and West. Then, in 224 AD, another transformation occurred. A Persian noble named Ardashir overthrew the last Parthian ruler Artabanus IV and founded the Sasanian Empire. Under the Sasanians, Iran once again became a highly centralized and powerful state. Zoroastrianism was established as the official religion, and Persian art, architecture, and scholarship flourished. The Sasanians fought long and exhausting wars against the Roman and later Byzantine empires. The Sasanian-Roman wars lasted for over 400 years. The final and most devastating war was from 602 to 628 AD, which drained the economic and manpower of both the empires. It was at this moment that a new force emerged from Arabia. Beginning in the 630s, Muslim Arab armies advanced into Sasanian territories. In the decisive battles of Qadisiyah and Nahavand, the Persian army was defeated. The last Sasanian king, Yazdegerd III, fled east and was executed in 651 AD, marking the end of the empire. With the fall of the empire, Iran gradually became part of the expanding Islamic world. Islam slowly spread across the region, transforming its religious landscape. Yet even under Arab rule, Persian culture endured. The Persian language was revived in a new form, written in Arabic script, and Iranian scholars, poets, and scientists played a central role in what historians call the Islamic Golden Age. Over the following centuries, various dynasties ruled Iran, the most important of which was the Seljuks.
Seljuk. And the Mongol
The Seljuks
invasion.
were a Turkic dynasty from the Central Asian steppes who converted to Islam. They rose to power in the 11th century by serving.
I don't really like this video, but I did want to kind of see like how we moved from the Bible to here. But
yeah.
You know.
As military commanders for the Abbasid Caliphate, whose political authority had weakened over time. Eventually, the Seljuk leaders assumed real.
Actually, watching this is probably not. I'm just like learning words and stuff. I'm overstimulating. I'm doing too much research. This is not necessary research. But whatever, we're watching it anyway.
Power themselves, establishing the Seljuk Empire. Under the Seljuks, much of the Iranian world experienced renewed political stability after centuries of fragmentation. Although the ruling elite were Turkic, they adopted many aspects of Persian culture and governance. Persian became the language of administration, literature, and scholarship across their empire. However, this stability did not last forever. In the early 13th century, the Mongols emerged from the east. Beginning in the 1220s, Mongol forces swept across Central Asia and into Iran with devastating speed, destroying entire cities and causing massive loss of life. Yet even this catastrophe did not permanently break Iran's cultural continuity. By the mid-13th century, Hulagu Khan established a new ruling state in the region known as the Ilkhanate. Over time, the Mongol rulers gradually adopted the traditions of the lands they governed. Many converted to Islam, embraced Persian administrative systems, and supported Persian scholars and artists. The first Ilkhanid ruler to accept Islam was Tekuda, but the real turning point came in 1295 when Ghazan Khan converted and declared Islam the official religion of the Ilkhanate. From that point onward, the Mongol rulers of Iran increasingly adopted Islam and Persian culture. However, the Ilkhanate itself did not last forever. After the death of Abu Sa'id Bahadur Khan in 1335, the Ilkhanate began to collapse. Without a strong successor, rival Mongol commanders and local dynasties fought for control of the region. As a result, Iran once again fragmented into several smaller states ruled by competing powers such as the Jalayirids, the Muzaffarids, and other regional dynasties. For several decades, no single authority was able to reunite the Iranian plateau. This period of political fragmentation continued until the late 14th century, when a new conqueror rose from Central Asia.
Genghis Khan?
Timur first rose to power as a skilled military commander during the political chaos that followed the breakup of the Mongol Chagatai Khanate. Through a combination of alliances and relentless military campaigns, he gradually defeated rival tribal leaders and eventually established the Timurid Empire. Although his campaigns were often devastating and many Iranian cities suffered greatly during his invasions, the Timurid period later became a remarkable era of cultural revival. Timur and his successors patronized Persian scholars, architects, and artists. Cities such as Samarkand and Herat flourished as major centers of Persian literature, architecture, and science. However, the Timurid Empire gradually weakened during the 15th century as rival factions fought for power. Iran once again fragmented into smaller states ruled by competing dynasties and tribal confederations. Political instability spread across the region, creating conditions ripe for the rise of a new power. Then, in 1501, a turning point reshaped Iran's identity permanently. A young leader named Ismail I founded the Safavid Empire. After establishment of the Safavid Empire, Ismail I declared Twelver Shia Islam the official religion of the state. This decision distinguished Iran sharply from its largely Sunni neighbors, especially the powerful Ottoman Empire. Even as Iranians adopted this new religious framework,
look at the Ottoman Empire's water dominance. Very smart, but I don't know. The way this is more centralized and you have both the gulfs that lead out to the bigger bay, but they took all the smaller waterways and they just filled all this. They took all the waterfront property. They're like, we want all the waterfront property. And then even Iran, still here, this little region, this is like the region of darkness. And then over here somewhere is like the Fertile Crescent, the region of life, over near where Israel is. Egypt's over there too, Freddie.
They preserved their ancient cultural heritage. This dual identity, Persian in culture and Shia in religion, would become a defining feature of Iran. Under the Safavids, particularly during the reign of Shah Abbas I, Iran entered a period of cultural and economic revival. The capital city of Isfahan was transformed into one of the most magnificent cities of the early modern world, famous for its grand mosques and impressive public squares. Trade flourished, art and architecture reached new heights, and the Safavid state firmly established the foundations of modern Iranian identity. However, by the early 18th century, Safavid power began to decline due to internal corruption, economic difficulties, and external pressures. This decline eventually led to invasions and political chaos. For a brief moment, the military genius Nader Shah restored Iranian power in the mid-18th century, even launching a famous campaign into India and capturing the wealth of Delhi. But his empire collapsed soon after his death. In the late 18th century, the Qajar dynasty rose to power and established a new monarchy in Iran. By this time, however, powerful European empires were expanding their influence across Asia. The Russian Empire began pushing southward, seizing territories in the Caucasus, while the United Kingdom sought to dominate southern Iran to protect its colonial interests in India. Although Iran was never formally colonized, it increasingly found itself trapped between these competing powers. Foreign concessions, political pressure, and economic exploitation weakened the state. By the early 20th century, the discovery of oil further intensified foreign.
He got 1.6 million views on this in 2 weeks, and he only has 10,000 subscribers.
Foreign interference, which led to the public uprising. The revolution of 1906, known as the Persian Constitutional Revolution, was ignited by the foreign interference. The people forced the Shah to grant a constitution and create a national parliament. For the first time in Iran's long history, people hoped for a government limited by law rather than absolute monarchy, but it didn't happen.
This channel is called Echoes of History.
The rival empires of United Kingdom and Russian Empire feared a strong independent Iran. With their backing, the Shah crushed the movement and plunged the country back into instability. This instability continued till 1925, when a former military officer, Reza Shah, seized power and established the Pahlavi dynasty. Reza Shah was determined to transform Iran into a modern state. He built railways, strengthened the army, opened modern schools and universities. In 1935, he officially named the country Iran, meaning Land of the Aryans. This continued until World War II. During
Land of the Aryans.
World War II, Reza Shah tried to balance foreign powers but showed sympathy toward Nazi Germany, hoping it might counter British and Soviet influence. That decision backfired. In 1941, Allied forces from United Kingdom and the Soviet Union invaded Iran, forced Reza Shah to abdicate, and placed his young son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, on the throne. The new Shah initially ruled under heavy political
Bro, somebody probably did this all with AI.
pressure, and in 1951, a charismatic nationalist leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, became prime minister and took drastic steps. He nationalized Iran's oil industry, taking control from the British-owned Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. Britain responded with economic sanctions and a global oil boycott. When Mossadegh refused to back down, Britain secretly turned to the Central Intelligence Agency. In 1953, the CIA and British intelligence launched Operation Ajax, overthrowing Mossadegh and restoring the Shah's authority. After the coup, Mohammad Reza Shah ruled with far greater power. Backed strongly by the United States during the Cold War, he turned Iran into one of Washington's key allies in the Middle East. American military aid flowed into the country, and Iran purchased vast amounts of Western weapons. The Shah created feared secret police, SAVAK, to silence critics. At the same time, he launched the White Revolution, a sweeping program of land reform, industrialization, and social change. While these
sounds based. The Shah sounds based.
Oops.
He made the secret police to silence dissent. He's got the white revolution where they focus on industrialization and weaponry. You know, he's working with America. This guy sounds like a real good guy.
He does. Sounds kind of based.
You know?
Policies modernized parts of the economy, they also disrupted traditional society, enriched elites, and widened the gap between rich and poor. This created resentment among the population. The resentments were further intensified in 1971 when the Shah spent enormous sums hosting a spectacular celebration at the ruins of Persepolis, marking what he called 2,500 years of Persian monarchy. This gave an opportunity to his critics, among which the most determined one was Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini.
Khomeini to Khomeini.
Ayatollah Khomeini was one of the most vocal critics of the Shah and his policies. Because of his opposition, he was exiled in 1964, first to Iraq and later to...
Well, I was going to say, there's no way this dude, Khomeini, survived from the 80s till he's still alive 46 years later. No way. He's old as dirt here. But Khomeini is different than Khomeini, the first one, after the Shah. Note made.
France. From exile, he continued to influence events inside Iran, as his speeches were recorded and smuggled back on cassette tapes. He portrayed the Shah as a tyrant dependent on the United States and called for an Islamic system based on justice, independence, and support for the poor. His message gradually gained momentum, and by 1978, protests had turned into a nationwide uprising.
Right, so he garners support through the revolution by saying justice, support for the poor, righteousness. And then he gets in and then everybody starts blowing themselves up and we spread terrorism. Awesome.
It's crazy.
Rising. Millions of Iranians took to the streets, and the regime's attempts to suppress them only intensified the unrest. On January 16, 1979, Mohammad Reza left the country. Just weeks later, on February 1st, Khomeini returned to Tehran to a massive reception. Within months, the monarchy collapsed, and in April 1979, the Islamic Republic of Iran was established through a national referendum.
You left out the part where the people were rioting in the streets, and the Shah had to try to shut them down and ended up accidentally killing 4,500 civilians, and that's why he had to flee. And then this guy come in and took his place.
The revolution marked a major shift in Iran's foreign policy. Under Khomeini, Iran adopted the principle of neither East nor West, rejecting alignment with both the United States and the Soviet Union. Relations with Washington collapsed after the Iran hostage crisis, beginning decades of tension and hostility. Only a year later, Iran was drawn into a devastating war. In 1980, Saddam Hussein invaded Iran, starting the Iran-Iraq War, which lasted 8 years. The conflict caused massive loss of life and economic damage, ending in 1988 without major territorial changes.
Now that was probably
after
a proxy
Khomeini's
war.
death in 1989.
Because we were providing both of them weapons. We were probably using Iraq to invade Iran.
To weaken each, so they could weaken each other too, maybe.
Yeah. And then we end up killing Saddam Hussein and Khomeini. We killed both of them. Well, we killed Khomeini, not this guy, but but he did.
He did.
He did.
Leadership passed to Ali Khamenei. Under his rule, Iran maintained a cautious but often confrontational stance toward the West. While continuing to oppose US influence in the region, Iran also engaged in selective diplomacy when necessary. One key example was the Iran nuclear deal, aimed at easing sanctions in exchange for limits on Iran's nuclear program. However, tensions remained high, especially after the United States withdrew from the agreement in 2018. By the mid-2020s, relations between Iran and the United States were still strained, marked by periodic crises and limited diplomatic engagement. The two countries engaged in talks in the end of 2025, but the situation escalated again after the death of Khamenei in 2026.
2026. It wraps up on 2026. All right, guys. It is almost 1 o'clock, which means it's time for me to head out. Y'all did not hit the secondary goal. We stayed an extra hour. I was going to go at noon. We stayed till 1. We'll finish this beer, eat some spaghetti, and go to beddy. Spaghetti and Betty. We got a UFC pay-per-view this weekend. It's not that great. Well, actually, Daddy Jub would probably tell me, bro, you don't even know. This is a crazy fight card. I mean, it is a pay-per-view, but Prochaska and Carlos Olberg, like, Prochaska is good. But I don't even really know much about Carlos Olberg. I'm sure I've seen him fight a lot. Azamat Murzakanov versus Paulo Costa. I like Paulo Costa, but Azamat Murzakinov's probably going to win because he's probably going to be one of these Dagestanian, Georgian wrestler guys. Oh, Curtis Blades is fighting. I do like Curtis Blades. Johnny Walker's fighting. Nate Landwehr and Cub Swanson. It's not a crazy banger, but there's some good fights on it. So Saturday we'll probably be watching that. Tonight we'll damn, on the prelim card, Kevin Holland and Lupe Godinez and Patricio Pitbull. The prelims look as good as the main card. Gilbert Burns is fighting next week on a fight night. Aljamain Sterling's fighting in 2 weeks. Oh, you know what I wanted to look at? Where's UFC Freedom? No fuck. Oh, okay, it's June. Woo! I was about to say, no fucking way they put DebateCon on the same weekend as UFC Freedom 250. But they didn't. Freedom happens in June. DebateCon happens in July. Perfect. Damn, this is such a stacked fight card. Bo Nickel, Diego Lopez, Michael Chandler, Sean O'Malley, Alex Pereira, Cyril Gahn, Justin Gaethje, Ilya Topuria.
What is this?
UFC 250 Freedom at the White House.
Oh, dude.
I had to check to make sure it wasn't happening on DebateCon weekend, but it's happening in June. Debate cons in July. So
Wait, so there's actually going to be a UFC fight at the White House now?
yeah, we've known about that for like a year now. The fight card is out.
Okay.
June 14th on the front lawn of the White House. UFC 250. Freedom. Justin Gaethje and Ilya Topuria. And Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane. And Sean O'Malley. Those are the three, the main event, the co-main event, and the co-main event. Bo Nickel.
I wonder how much those tickets are.
Crazy.
Oh,
I
crap.
don't even know. Probably only going to like donors and stuff. It's
right.
There's no early prelims. There's no prelims. There's just, as far as they have right now, it's just 8 fights. 6 fights.
Okay.
It's just 6
Six?
fights. Yep.
Just 6, okay.
6 good
Okay.
fights. That's crazy. Bo Nickel and Diego Lopez got on the White House card.
Oh, yeah? Why is that? They're not that big or something?
Yeah, they're not huge, but they're good. People like them, so it's not that crazy.
Okay.
All right, guys, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, man.
Who's live right now?
Wicked Wally, I think. Maybe. I don't know.
Wicked Wally's live?
No, I don't know if it was live. Maybe it was a video.
He's
Hold
just
on.
in chat.
It might have just been a video. No, Wicked Wally's live. Hit him.
How do I do that? Why is he...
And both of them are stupid for not doing it.
Oh, God. Maybe not Maryland's here.
Seen the degree to which the aliens and the trolls and the detractors and everything.
I don't know. You see this. Who else is live? I'll tell you who is live. I can see.
I didn't even know about this channel.
Knowing people will see it. Like they have seen every other disaster you've been a part of.
Oh, he's talking about Killstream stuff?
At some point, you are allowing your own suffering at that. You just are.
Okay. My bad. I think I was never mind. Shit, it's not showing up. Search videos from other channels.
Now, what were you gonna say, Josh? I want to know.
It's not showing up.
I need to update my payment.
I subscribed. I liked.
People a better impression of her than they've already done.
It won't let me rate it. How do I?
Good morning. I don't know. Someone tried to strangle her, apparently.
No, oh really? A blonde.
It's not showing up. Huh.
Sir, good to see you.
Is he not rateable yet? Is that a thing?
I don't. Stories like an onion. There's always more little layers to peel off. And again, it's a weird world, but I'm identifying with Ralph in this whole situation. He's just trying to get her to calm down and stop screaming at the policeman.
I found it.
Now I'm going to be.
No would be at least as good and prudent as getting her to calm down. And
All right,
stop
turn it off.
screaming
Marshall?
outside her door. Probably
Mute
Okay.
yourself.
What's going on?
I don't know. Well, I'm about to head out, so thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, hey.
I'll talk to
You
you
too, man.
tonight. Later.
I learned some shit about Israel. Cool.
And Iran.
Oh, and Iran. Yeah, mainly Iran.
Yeah, the focus was Iran, but
I know. But the
right.
last parts were like a little thing about Israel. Sorry. Anyways, yeah. Fucking take care, man.
I'll see you later. See ya. All right, chat. We hit the first goal. We stayed an extra hour. Did not hit the second goal, but thank you, Haul Long Nate, and everybody else, King, everybody who sent the super chats. No, we're not getting any urban scooting today. Sorry, it's not happening. It's not gonna happen. But we will rage at Wally's channel, so go make fun of Maryland in his chat. And I will see you guys tonight. We'll do VK tonight. I'm gonna be writing up my thing. Whenever there's 1v1s, I'm gonna be writing, and we'll just listen to the debates. No, I'm good, thanks. Well, he's not oh no, I'm good. You're not gonna hope Maryland has a good day. We'll do VK. We'll start writing the opening tonight. We'll play some Crimson Desert. We'll hang out with the Discord. And then tomorrow night we have a lackluster but a decent UFC pay-per-view card. So hopefully I can catch that. If we don't stay up too late tonight, I can watch that. And Pasha tomorrow. I was thinking about streaming the fights, and then when the fights end, but no, it's not gonna work. Pasha, the Pasha liturgy or whatever is from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Saturday night. I was thinking about going down there, but I don't know. I'm usually like waking up at 9. But there's fights. People are gonna be like, fights are not a reason to miss Pasha. It was just a spur of the moment idea. I wanted to go, but anyway, I went to internet church on Easter Sunday. So but anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you tonight. God bless. Say hi to Wally. Tell Marilyn she's gay. She's not God. God bless, guys. I'm out. Peace.